Good evening. It is now 6 o'clock, and we will call the June 25th, 2024 City Commission meeting to order. City staff, please call the roll.
Mayor Adamczyk.
Present.
Commissioner McCullough.
Yes.
Commissioner Opel.
In attendance.
Commissioner Mata.
Here.
Commissioner Minton.
Here.
Mayor, we have 5 commissioners present. The quorum of 3 is met.
Thank you. Please rise and join me to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin our first work session item, is the Commission needs to determine if they will allow public comment for this work session.
I'd like to move that we allow public comment.
Second.
Commissioner Opelt moved to allow public comment, and Commissioner McCullough seconded. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner McCullough.
Yes.
Commissioner Opel.
Yes.
Commissioner Mata.
Yes.
Commissioner Minton.
Yes.
Mayor Adamczyk.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
The first item on the agenda is to approve a tree maintenance license for Flint Hills Tree Care.
Yes, Mayor, this is what sparked the special meeting tonight from a legislative perspective. This application was submitted. We failed to get it on the agenda on the 18th. They have a job coming up and their license would have expired, so we made this accommodation for them this evening. This is very traditional. We require our tree service companies to be licensed in Manhattan. We don't have any other comments or details about this, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions? I believe this is for a company that's located in Westmoreland, and the license fee is $30. So, do we need a motion?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have?
You might want to go to public.
Is there a public comment? Do we have a motion to approve the tree maintenance license for Flint Hills Tree Care?
Motion to approve tree maintenance license for Flint Hills Tree Care.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Minton has made a motion to approve the tree maintenance license for Flint Hills Tree Care. Commissioner Opelt has seconded. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Opel.
Yes.
Commissioner Mata.
Yes.
Commissioner Minton.
Yes.
Mayor Adamczyk.
Yes.
Commissioner McCullough.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now have an update from the Riley County Police Department.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Commission, Acting City Manager, City Clerk, members of the public. Brian Pete with the Riley County Police Department. Just here to give a quick update on the department. Start off with some brief statistics, and then just give some information regarding our status or as far as employees and hiring, and then talk very, very briefly about the budget. Looking at data from April of this year, Part 1 crimes was about 24% below the 5-year average compared to April this time last year. This is a total of a 28% decrease. Year to date, 2024, Part 1 crimes are down 25.4% from the 5-year average. And then again, both Part 1 violent and property crimes were below the 5-year average in total. We were 4.1% below the 5-year average, again, in violent crime. Year to date, violent crime is down 16.1%. There were 13 aggravated assaults and batteries, 1, unfortunately, rape or sexual assault reported during the month of April. There were no robberies reported during April. for aggravated assaults and battery. There were 4 aggravated batteries, 9 aggravated assaults reported during the month of April. This was 18% above the 5-year average, unfortunately. 3 of these incidents were domestic related, and as of the 7th of this month, there were 4 arrests related to these incidents. For Part 1 property crimes, we were down about 27% from the 5-year average. Year to date, we're 27% below the 5-year average. And what occurred in April included 4 structural burglaries, 8 larcenies from a motor vehicle, 4 auto thefts, 3 arson incidents, and the rest incidents were lost larcenies. There were 48. Again, just as a reminder to members of the public, the majority of vehicle burglaries and larcenies that we're seeing are incidences of opportunity, so would encourage people, please lock your doors. If you have any valuables, keep them out of sight, keep change out of your cup holders. It's unfortunate that we live in a society that we have to do those types of things, but you want to do everything you can to minimize your chances of becoming a victim. Often, you know, people break the window just for a couple of dollars worth of change. For structural burglaries, we were 71.4% below the 5-year average. 3 of the burglaries were non-residential, 1 was residential. Unfortunately, all of them occurred in the city of Manhattan. Again, vehicle burglaries, we were down 48%. No signs of forced entry from any of the incidences. DUIs, we were right at the 5-year average. For motor vehicle thefts, we were down 33.3% from the 5-year average of April. 2 of these incidents were deprivation of property, and 1 was an attempted motor vehicle theft. 2 of those vehicles have been recovered as of the middle of this month. Lastly, traffic accidents, we were 5.4% above the 5-year average, and preventable traffic accidents, we were 4.4% again as above the 5-year average. So with these the current statistics, our department and the officers, I'm extraordinarily proud of what they've been doing, their proactivity, and especially how they're reacting, and very grateful for the citizens of Riley County and Manhattan in working with officers to solve crimes and to provide information. So as far as staffing levels are concerned, we are better than we were several months ago. Our corrections section, where we were down as low as 17 individuals, we are looking at normal attrition rates down 2, up 1, down 3. It's the same as everything else. So we've done leaps and bounds regarding corrections. Our professional staff and sworn staff, we're all in very good shape. Knock on wood, which leads me kind of to the budget. That unfortunately, it's one of those things that with the Riley County Police Department, the uniqueness of how things are structured. I don't have to tell you folks about it, but when we are at a fully staffed or close to being fully staffed, what we would normally see is in regards to salary savings. Those are kind of having to move. It's not a reliable thing. So we're, again, looking at how we're managing our funds, extraordinarily persnickety, if you will, and just moving forward. From the budget, the department looked at all of our future needs and projections, and just like everyone else is facing, like you all are dealing with now with the city, is the exceptional rise of the cost of doing business, whether it's gas, whether it's especially insurance and pharmaceuticals, those different types of challenges. The Riley County Police Department is, again, like everyone else, facing the same thing. So looking at how we can restructure what our needs are, staying fluid, that there may have been some programs or some concepts that we had invested in 2 years ago, 3 years ago to that effect, contracts or whatever you may have, they may not be relevant this year. There may be a new priority, or we may see that the money that we have, we can see better results in shifting in other places. So through streamlining contracts, through looking at shifting certain areas, looking at losing individuals through attrition rates, and then just putting staffing where we need to. The department reduced the budget ask somewhere in the area of $330,000 internally that we did not come to the law board with requests for our budget. Again, I know that there are some very difficult conversations that are happening right now, so we want to make sure that we stay extraordinarily humble to the current situation, and but the budget While the approval of the budget was roughly, I believe, $1.8 million to the Riley County Police Department, all of that money is going towards the salary survey. So instead of trying to implement the increases in salary to keep up with competitors in other cities, instead of doing it in a course of over 3 years, we've extended that out to a course of over 5. So we're not hitting as much all at once. COLA, we stayed with the CPI, looking at a 3.8 for a cost of living increase, and to us that was important because we have not gone to, or not doing a full implementation of the salary survey, and then everything else went towards health insurance costs, fuel, and operational costs. We're not looking to use that money to purchase anything new or to move from those programs. And with that being said, I stand ready for any questions that the commission may have of me.
Thanks, Brian. I would just say I think it's important that the public understand that the fiscal impact to the city of Manhattan is about $1.4 million, which is a lot of money, but we do value our police department and the people working in it. I think often today, in the age of knowing what's happening everywhere, I was at lunch few days ago and I got an alert about somebody escaping in Arkansas. So I think somehow the perception of crime is more negative than it needs to be. So it's good that you bring us those numbers showing that we're really trying to keep things down in Manhattan, that we are really seeing pretty low crime rates. I mean, if you're the person whose car gets burgled, you're not very happy, but generally I think the police are doing a great job.
Thank you, ma'am. And one of the things that we want to be especially conscious and astute of is a lot of times people ask, what's the cost of policing? And we keep in mind that it's not just law enforcement, but it's also the correctional aspect, and it's also the professional staff that we don't have the opportunity or the benefit of finance and anything. All that has to be in-house for those operations. But because of that, and because of the tax situation, we want to make sure everything that we do, if you're going to pay for it, you're going to get the best we possibly can get, and we want to be diligent with everything. Even if it's a stolen bicycle, we want to make sure that folks understand that we want to be part of the community and that we're here to serve the community.
Yeah, I think often people don't understand the cost of incarceration too, and I know the food budget alone for the prisoners was up $81,000 this year. So now that we're going to have a mental health personnel I'd love to see us try and get those numbers down in the jail and see if we can get people a little faster through the court system and perhaps back on the street and not see the recidivism that we've seen in the past times.
100% with the new case manager position, and thanks to the city for the opportunity to look at special alcohol tax funds to fund that. Again, these are folks who have not been convicted of a crime. These are still people, and the majority of folks have an arrest and they're going to come back out into the community. So we want to reduce that recidivism, as you mentioned, and we want to look at programs that some folks don't even have IDs. Some people don't even know how to balance checkbooks or technical training or literacy. So the case manager position is designed to get people those fundamental skills, life skills, so they're not in that loop. And then to partner with like the Manhattan Area Technical College and the K-State and other businesses within the community to see if we can have jobs for people when they get out. As you had mentioned, again, with mental health, the majority of the people, probably about a third of the people within our corrections facility do have a mental health related illness. And that is, again, causing strain and making the taxpayers having to pay for it, especially when you're waiting for state institutions and things to that effect. So that is something that we are extraordinarily cognizant of and trying to reduce that. And every day our average, or every week, our average daily populations are very close, or if not beyond our capacity. So the more people we're housing, again, the more that we're paying for in operational costs.
And just another thing, we do have a Citizens Advisory Board that meets monthly, and so if anyone has some issues with the police, they can certainly go to that group, and I think they're meeting tomorrow at 10 at the police department.
Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow, actually at 11:30, we're serving pizza, and so we'll, and then we're going to talk about that case management position and the recidivism and the programs that we're doing to try to reduce that. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Director Pete?
Yeah. I'm just curious, do you track use of force incidents by our officers?
Yes.
Can Could you report on that next time you come to us?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I can do that. And then prior to, I'll make sure I send information to Jason, and then so he can forward it on to the board, and then we can make it definitely public as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director, I have one question which was forwarded to me by a constituent. He had read an article in a reputable source that talked about a number of jails that were limiting in-person visits to prisoners. Are in-person visits allowed in our facility?
Yes, ma'am. There was a time a few months ago in which that we were again close to being 17 people down as far as staffing levels. And so as we're able to onboard people and get them fully trained, then we can resume having more opportunities for in-person visits. But during those times and up to now, I think we're starting to open it back up, but we were only looking at, visitations once a week to that effect because we just didn't have the staff to support it.
Are prisoners allowed phone calls during
Yes,
that?
24/7.
And
yes, pretty much access anytime.
Are there any fees to the families to be making those calls?
I believe there is a collect call system that's set up to it. That these are costs that aren't incurred by the taxpayers.
I'm sorry, could you say that
So,
again?
so yes, if they're making a call outside, then yes, they would. There are costs associated to the prisoners, as well as whether it's a collect call to the family members or anything else to that effect. But these aren't. We're not paying for those costs. Part of our operation funding.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much for your update, and as Karen said, thank you, and thank your entire staff for the hard work they do.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, agenda item C, review and provide direction regarding the funding of various outside agency requests for 2025 funding.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, and excuse my voice. Oh, thank you, Jared, so much. But I do want to bring up this other document because I think it's kind of hard to read, but I can do that later. Tonight is our second budget work session, and we are going to discuss the requests of some of our outside agencies. Those requests are from the Manhattan Public Library, Aggieville Business Association, Downtown Manhattan, Inc., Manhattan Arts Center, Raleigh County Historical Society, the Wolf House, Manhattan Area Technical College, Flint Hills Area Transportation Agency, and Prairie Paws. And when we are done with this presentation, then those respective agencies can come up in that order for additional comments and questions by you all. This slide represents the outside agency request from 2020 to 2025, as well as the budget that was actually approved and then their actual expenditures. The General Fund, Economic Development Fund, Tourism Convention, which is Transportation Guest Tax, Special Alcohol Fund, which is the Special Liquor Tax, Library Fund, Library Employee Benefit Fund. So this is just what those requests are for 2025 in this column. We have not received our social services requests as of this meeting, nor have we received the Convention and Visitors Bureau. They will come on July 23rd with their formal request, and then Special Alcohol Fund, we have not received their formal request. These amounts highlighted in yellow are just based on some forecasts that we have done in those respective funds, and we will have more updates when those respective entities come forward for their requests. The library, they're funded by property taxes, and their funds are used for operating expenses and debt service, so we're still paying on the children's expansion portion of the library. We distribute whatever we receive from the county, Raleigh both, and Pottawatomie County in January and June. We distributed those taxes back to them. So as of today, 92% of what we have collected has been received, and we have distributed that back. 2025's request is a 4.87 increase over the 2024 budget, and the reason for that request is reflected in their packet. The library also has an employee benefit fund, and they're also funded by property taxes, and they're used to pay the employee benefit expenses. And we have collected 95% of those revenues for the employee benefit fund, and then those monies have been remitted back to them. That request is their 2025 request is 4.05% over the 2024 budget that they received. Based on our preliminary valuation calculation, the library's mills are estimated at 5.234 mills, and so there's a slight increase for the library and then a slight decrease on the employee benefit fund. We'll present the rest of the budget information regarding RCPD and the general fund and all of those later on in the budget cycle, but for today it's just the library fund and the library employee benefit fund, 0.07 increase on the library side and 0.006 decrease. Aggieville Business Association, they are paid.
Rena, can you go back one slide?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The Aggieville Business Association, they're funded by transient guest tax from the Tourism and Convention Fund, and their funds are used to operate and to promote and market the Aggieville Entertainment District. We receive funds from the state in January, April, July, and October, and then we pay out those funds to the ABA as well as DMI, CVB, and some others. In 2020 and 21, we did have a shortfall in those taxes, and we ended up having an agreement where we provided some COVID-related funding to ABA, and then in 2021, there was also a shortfall, and we took some funds from the Economic Development Fund to reimburse or cover the shortfall, and that was approved by the City Commission through a request by ABA. Their request for this year is 50% over the 2024 budget. We do anticipate fully collecting the transient guest taxes to fulfill their 2024 allocation. If we do not receive that full allocation, then we will come back and talk to you all about that and receive guidance and direction as we've done in the past as to what to do with that shortfall. Downtown Manhattan Inc. is also funded by TGT funds, and they did have a shortfall in 2020 and 21 as well. The 2025 request is 100% over the 2024 budget, and Gina has information in the packet regarding that increase and will provide additional comments during her time when she comes up. And again, if we do not receive all the TGT funds from the state, then we will just need to discuss as to how we will cover those shortfalls if we will do that. Manhattan Arts Center is another agency funded by TGT funds, and their request for 2025 is 14.42% over the 2024 budget. They had a shortfall in 2020 and 21, but they did not ask for any assistance to cover that. Raleigh County Historical Society, they are also funded by TGT. They have a flat $5,000 request every year. Last year, Manhattan Area Technical College came forward with a request, and that agreement was put together, and we paid out the first of 5 installments in 2024, and they're requesting their second $200,000 installment to support their Advanced Technology Center project. They plan to make a similar request through 2028 based on the jointly agreed benchmarks. The funding will come from Economic Development Fund. And then we have our Flint Hills Area Transportation Agency, and they've been funded by various funds over the years from 2020 to 23. They were from the ED fund, and then we began funding them from the general fund in 2024. Those funds are used to leverage federal funding. And so the 2024 request was 105% over the 2023 request. This year's request remains flat. Prairie Paws Animal Shelter, we entered into a contract at the end of 2023 for 2024 for the Prairie Paws to begin taking over the operations of the T. Russell Wrights Animal Shelter. That funding did begin in 2024. It's on a monthly basis, and per that agreement, they have a 2.5% increase in their ask each year. So this is information from the Community Support Funds Advisory Board. As I mentioned earlier, we do not have a formal request for 2025, but we are including just a flat rate of $560 for, as of now, for our forecast. The 2025, if we did have increases, this is what those increases would look like. So 0%, 2%, 4%, 6%, and at 8%, $602,000.
Rena?
Yes.
If I may. Commissioners, previously when we had the Social Services Advisory Board, the application process would have started a lot earlier in the summer. The board would have been reviewing those applications. Then it would have gotten to this meeting actually, and there would have been a recommendation from the board on funding for all those agencies without a target budget amount for the 2025 year or for the future budget years. So we changed that when we created the Community Support Funds Advisory Board, and at this meeting is where we're really looking for a target from you all that we're going to place into the 2025 budget of funding that's available. That way we can go to the Community Support Funds Advisory Board and say, for 2025, you have $557,000 available. That's what you have to work with, so that when we come back in November with those recommendations, it reflects the exact amount that you've all budgeted for in the 2025 budget. So typically during this work session, we are looking for feedback. Are you wanting to provide more general fund social service money in 2025? That's why we kind of lay out those percentages there. I know we're going to have a conversation here later just about revenues and expenditures, but this is typically where we would seek that guidance from you all. The special alcohol fund that Rena is about to go over is more just a projection of that's revenue that we get in from the state. So we give that exact number that's available to the Community Support Funds Advisory Board, and they know up front how much is available for special alcohol. But this general fund money is really at your discretion, but we're looking for that feedback.
Yes, and so as Jason mentioned regarding the special alcohol fund, we have projected how much we anticipate receiving in revenue. We also have that cash balance that we talked about earlier in the spring regarding what we could possibly do with that. And there's a note here that speaks about using part of that to help fund the RCPD mental health casework position.
Rena, what other uses do we have for the special alcohol fund?
We just use those funds for agencies that provide awareness, education, prevention related services for drugs and alcohol. Some of it's focused on youth as well, but that's what the funds are usually used for, just for agency requests.
This is a third of the alcohol money that we get annually.
The other third goes into the general fund and then the special Parks and Recreation Fund.
And is this used fully for the community support funds for their asks, or?
Yes. The Community Support Funds Advisory Board also works with the special alcohol fund money to review those applications and allocate funds out.
We used to have two committees. We would have the Social Services Advisory Board, which focused on the general fund dollars that we talk about up top, And then we had a special alcohol fund advisory committee, which allocated the money, the special alcohol funds. Very similar processes. We have, 10 to 20 agencies annually applying for general operating funds out of those funds, and those board, and now the Community Support Funds Advisory Board reviews both of those applications for both of those funds. So last year, for the 2024 year, the Community Support Funds Advisory Board and the Commission allocated that $515,000 across about 15 agencies, and we provide them quarterly payments, same as what we do with the Community Support Funds Advisory Board. I think he funded a few more agencies, about 18 across that $557,000.
I'm sorry if I'm a little bit confused here. So you're indicating that the top table is general funds?
Yes, and it's usually called Social Services Advisory Fund. A Social Services Advisory Board was what we had in the past that would allocate those funds, but now it's through the Community Service Funds Advisory Board, and so is the Special Alcohol Tax Fund.
So are they going to come to us with an ask of approximately $560,000, or are they going to come with an ask for $557 plus
we're asking for your guidance this evening.
When we changed this, one of the things that we talked about doing is, before, if they would ask for amount of money, maybe we didn't want to give that amount of money. We went back and forth. So what we changed to was to decide ahead of time what the total budget was, and then that way they know what it is and they can divvy it up between those agencies.
I understand that.
Susan, is the question, which is mine, is it the 557 plus the 550 from the lower?
But they're two different funding sources.
They're two different funding sources.
General fund and then special alcohol
right,
fund.
but they will have access to that 1.1
some $1 million.
So what's going to happen is, after this meeting, I'll tell you what happened last year, and then we're going to replicate it this year. Last year at the same budget work session, the City Commission said, we're comfortable giving 6% more than we did last year. So they settled on, we want to give our social service agencies $557,000 in funding. And then we settled on the special alcohol number, which is just a projection based off what we think is going to be available. Beginning in July, we open up applications to all agencies. And this year, or last year, was the first year that we let them know, hey, the commission has said this is the money that's available. And the board knows, okay, this is how much money we have to work with to give out. So they know up front, we can't, last year in the Community Support Funds Advisory Board, we got $1 million in requests. But they knew, okay, we only have $557,000 to give away. So now we're coming back again this year and we're saying, do you want to give the same amount? You can give less if you like. This is at your discretion. Or do you want to give more, which is why we have the breakdown of the blue. Really, we're looking for direction on the blue area. The special alcohol state statute requires us to use those funds for specific reasons related that Rena mentioned: education, detoxification, all those things.
That I know. I got that part.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to figure out, and I think what Jamie is as well, is the Community Support Funds Advisory Board responsible for making recommendations for the disbursement of $500,000 or $1 million spread across these different agencies, some of which focus on alcohol and drug-related efforts?
They're responsible for the full $1 million, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. That was my question. Mm-hmm. Sorry it took so long to get it out, but you could respond.
Okay.
I had the same questions.
I would point out, historically, we've always thought that the Social Services Advisory Board should have 1 mil. And of course, that's not what they've gotten for the last few years, but that was kind of one of the things that set it up originally.
Just point of clarification, you don't have to give any of this money away. Mm-hmm. It's totally at your discretion. You can skip a year, or you can double down. I mean, you have flexibility.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just curious. The last couple of years, we've seen the fund balance increased significantly. Was that just because it all didn't get allocated, or maybe we didn't get the right documentation or something like that?
Yeah, special alcohol, and Rena alluded to this, it can vary. Much like sales tax, much like transient guest tax, you can see years like COVID years where we didn't get the revenue we anticipated. So having a cash balance gives you, ultimately, cushion to deal with this committee. They can divvy out 550, 600,000. You can go up. Obviously, we're projected at $800,000 total. You could leverage all of it. You're just going to risk future revenue streams.
Sure. And we just funded that mental health casework, so we probably want to leave some of that in there.
Yep.
And with that, the allocation, like Jason said, if we allocated the $800,000, in the event we did not bring in the 550, then there will be a shortfall to those agencies, and that's included in their contracts or their agreements that we only distribute what we receive. And so if there's anything less than that, they would only get that share of what we received.
I think the most important thing about this support is it often goes to staff, and it's very hard to write grants for staff. I was just on a board a few hours ago talking about giving out some grants for art and things like that, and they refused to give anything for staff. They just wanted it to be for the end product. I do think that a lot of this is sort of insurance, that various things like the Crisis Center will help us with domestic violence, and Director Pete just talked about the 3 cases we'd had of assault, two were domestic violence. So we're kind of paying up front to protect ourselves from having to deal with some of these situations with the police.
Are there any other questions regarding these 2 pots of money?
I guess, can we do a partial fund and then come back and readdress partway through next year? I hate getting us locked into something when we can. Does that make sense, the question? Like if we decide, okay, let's do 250 now and wait. No. Jason's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Again, you have that discretion. You can set this up however you all feel like you want to set it up. You're dealing with a committee out there that's going to take applications and sift through. The dollar amount you give them is the dollar amount they'll return.
Typically, once you approve the Community Support Funds Advisory Board's recommendations, we're coming back in December and executing contracts with all of these agencies. And it outlines the quarterly payments that we provide them through the entire budget year, because as we discussed, they do use these for operating funds and programs.
I think it would be very helpful for the board members who are new to see last year's budget and who got what and how much was involved. I mean, we're kind of out here talking about numbers, you know, without really knowing how much does the Crisis Center need, how much does the homeless shelter need, what about alcohol programs at the high school. There's so many things that are involved here. I don't think we're ready to sort of.
So do you want that now, or do you want that?
We have a spreadsheet on the Community Support Funds Advisory Board page that has historic funding from 2014 to 2024 for all agencies. So we can give that to you.
Well, I mean, we can't process it tonight. I don't.
Isn't that in our packet?
I mean, it's on the budget detail. I mean, I can see the 2023 of how it's broken down between 10 or 12 different agencies, if I'm looking at the right thing. Yep.
You have agencies that, again, there's about 15 to 18 are requesting anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000. Special alcohol funds, a lot of that money, over $180,000, goes to the USD 383 for their education programs, but most of them are in that range. And you'll see in the spreadsheet that most agencies are asking more than we provide them, because there's only so much funding that's available.
Are there benchmarks in these contracts to assure that the funding is being spent as they've requested?
We require them to fill out a mid-year and an annual report on how they use the funds.
I just want to interject, talking to some of the people on the committee, they very much like the idea of getting that number up front, because they could get they knew exactly what they had. They can get the work done they didn't have to worry about debating really with us afterwards, and we charged them to come up with it. And the commission was just like, in general, how much, do we want to spend on this line item, and then give it to them to figure out how to divvy it up. I mean, when we go into the next presentation, we've got a lot of budget challenges, so obviously anything we increase that's that much more of a tax increase. So that's one of the things we have to take into consideration.
Thank you, Rena.
You're welcome. The next forecast is related to the transient guest tax forecast. So previously, these for Aggieville, downtown, Manhattan Arts Center, Wolf House, and then the Convention and Visitors Bureau, they also have requests of TGT funds, but then we also have city-related expenses related to debt for Annenberg Turf, our conference center, original debt payment, and then our expansion of our conference center. Downtown beautification was approved in the 2023 budget, and then 2024 budget for the use of TGT funds. And then also there's expenses related to the parking garage downtown, that elevator project, and then the parking program downtown as well.
Question for you. On the transient guest tax, is there any restrictions on what that can be used for?
Yeah, it's based in state statute. So there's a definition of tourism in the state statute. It's broad. It really is.
And again, just thinking of the budget challenges, the ability to use that to offset some budget things, you'd say we'd be somewhat hampered in doing that?
No, we've got opportunities, and we're starting, I'll bring that up later.
Okay.
It's definitely part of the conversation that I'd like to have, especially from a cash balance perspective.
Okay, good.
I think one thing to note is that 115 downtown parking program was only if funds are available, right? What we have, Jared, I'm looking at you.
That was the program that you all adopted, policy manual program.
Only if funds were available, though. Right?
There are funds available
For 2024.
For 24.
Right.
You all did decide that generally that you don't want to fund this program in 25 and beyond, but the idea is that the up to 115 is committed and spent for 24, unless you say otherwise.
Not spent as, I guess I envision it as the conventions came along. If the November conventions, we didn't have any TGT funds left,
oh, yeah,
then that wouldn't get. So if we were looking at, if that money gets spent before it gets spent by convention, it's not there.
Yep.
Right, we're forecasting that in our forecast to spend that amount.
With them or before it gets to the conventions. Does that make sense?
It's just a forecast. So it's just in the budget forecast, so we can get to a cash balance and what's available for 2025.
And Jared can correct me, but I believe Adrian's more of a use it reimbursement type of scenario. So it's not going to be committed in advance of use.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure, because it was listed as a one-time, I felt like the way it was written, it states that it's
The reason we wrote one-time expense is because when you look at future budget years in 25 and beyond, we're not anticipating spending $115,000 for that program. But it is in that 2024 projected expenditures line item. We're reflecting the worst-case scenario of that if we were to use $115,000 for that program, that affects that balance.
Are there any questions regarding the forecast for 2025? Yes, sir.
How did the projection for guest tax revenue, how was that calculated? Was it just a flat percentage increase?
We looked at 2023 actuals, which were over $3 million. We've looked at revenues in the first quarter of 2024. I think you have the second quarter as well, Rena. And we compared those to 2023 and then forecasted out.
Okay.
They were slightly less.
That is all related to the outside agency request. Again, Convention and Visitors Bureau will come back in July for their formal request, and then an update, and then the Community Services Support Funds Advisory Board, those recommendations will come forward as well. But tonight we do hope to get some guidance as to what amount to present to that board for the social services portion from the general fund. Our upcoming work sessions, July 16th, we need to pass the resolution for the revenue neutral rate. And again, July 23rd, the Chamber and then the Convention and Visitors Bureau will come. August 13th is utilities. September 3rd, public hearing on revenue neutral rate and 2025 budget. And then September 17th is the second reading on the revenue neutral rate in the 2025 budget. If you don't have any other questions for me, I'm just going to start calling up our agencies, and library is the first, and then we'll go with Aggieville, and then downtown, and so on and so forth. Do you need me to bring up anything?
Do you have this? That was added in there.
Yes, sir.
See that.
They have it as well, but I can bring it up in a second.
While she's pulling it up, does everybody have access to the information I sent here? Okay.
Yes.
Then just scroll up with the mouse.
I'm trying to get on this one. Nope. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, City staff. Thank you for your time and attention this evening. My name is Eric Norris. I'm the Director of the Manhattan Public Library. We've submitted our budget into the city. You've got that packet in front of you. Rita did a good job of stepping through everything with it. We do have two funds that are supported by tax dollars. Our general fund, which is the general fund that we were submitted this year, is actually 4.87% over the 2024 budget. For this year, we've tried to keep things as tight as possible when we've worked through those. You did mention the children's expansion funds. We do have, we pay that back. This year will be the 8th year. The 2025 will be the 8th year of the repayment of that. It runs about $133,000. Then we have a couple more years after that before we conclude that payoff with the city. The other fund that's supported with tax dollars is the Employee Benefit Fund. We do participate in the city's health insurance. We draw tax funds for that and then pay the city back for the health care benefits, and then we pay our own. We pay the rest of the Social Security, capers, and workers' comp, unemployment insurance on our own through those funds as well. We do try to keep that one. We have a little bit of reserve built up with that, and we're conscious of where that reserve level needs to be. This year there was a 4.05% increase to the Employee Benefit Fund. We do anticipate spending over in that, using some of that reserve down at about 13%. 13.5% is going to be a little bit the overage of what we're spending on that, using a little bit of that reserve. Each year I'm trying to be mindful of that. It gets a little difficult to be able to set what we think the percentage increase is going to be. We do communicate with the city really well, but over the next handful of years is keeping it tight and making sure that we're using those reserve funds in a proper.
Eric, I'm sorry. Could you just step to one side or the other? Because I'm afraid the people who may be listening or watching may not be able to hear you.
Just stay closer to this. Perfect. Wonderful. You take those two tax funds, put them together, and it is when you add those dollars together, it's a 4.71 increase overall, a total of $180,000, a little bit more than $180,000 over the 2024 request. The process that we go through to set the budget is I work with a financial committee that's made up of board members. We put together a proposal for the library board. On the library board, the mayor is a voting participant on the board itself. I present the the budget to the board. It gets voted on for adoption and then sent into the city. We do operate under Kansas statutes that gives that authority to the library board and to work with the city to levy those taxes. It's often been asked about some of the oversight. I did say that the mayor serves as a full voting member on our board. We are also capped with our general fund. We do have a mill cap that's worked into charter ordinance that's got our mill cap in place, so we can't exceed over 6 mills on the general fund. And then also the city commission, at the recommendation of the mayor, appoints all of our board members every year when that comes up. So just gives you a little bit of insight about how we come together with that budget itself. And I do want to commend my board. We work very hard to make sure that we're putting together a working budget on things that we need and not necessarily everything that we want. Moving forward, I'd just like to use the rest of my time to just give a quick overview of some of the services that we do at the library. I often get asked how much of the tax dollars come to the library itself. So I've just given a quick overview of a mill breakdown and how mills are kind of arrived at. And excuse me, on the left, or well, on my left, you'll see the $300,000 cost of a house. If you have a house that costs $300,000, you're paying in property taxes on that to 4 different places: the city, schools, county, and the state. Comes to over $5,100 that you're paying in. The city's portion of that is $1,600, just a little bit over that. And then the library's portion of those mills that come from a $300,000 house is $178 a year. I broke that down per month because, and I've just compared it with the personal cost use that go on, some of the things that cost individuals that are out there. Internet and Wi-Fi is about $70 a month. Netflix subscriptions, movie tickets, price of a book, video games. Those types of things are available at the library themselves. You can check out video games, check out books. We have streaming services that allow for movies as well as DVDs and those types of things. When we talk about that type of experience, we talk about it kind of as a cost savings. This is the amount of money that you're saving by using the library. So far this year, we do have. So far this year, we've had 10,660 people use their library cards. That's just up through the end of May. Those individuals have checked out 252,000 items so far this year. We respect a lot of privacy, so I've used my own numbers on here. So far in 2024, I've checked out 35 items. My cost savings for that is $808. So when we set the catalog, we actually take the price of the item, plug it into the system. So when you're checking out those items, it runs a running total of how much you're actually saving by using those materials themselves. So looking at those 252,000 checkouts, the community has saved, those 10,000 users have saved $5,285,000 so far this year. Going back to a full year in 2023, our total collection use was 836,000. I would like to point out that the total collection use is all of the online services that we provide in those type of checkouts. The 252,000 that you're seeing there is just the physical items that you come in and check out. So that does not include any of the digital services that we provide, that 252. The 836,000 that we did have in 2023 does show all of the use across the board. My favorite number here, though, is in 2023 we had 371,000 library visits. Those are people that are coming through the door to either check out materials, to use the online public computers, to use some of the study rooms and meeting rooms that we have available, and all of that is at no cost. There was 187 story time sessions. During summer reading last year, we count summer reading by the minute, and there was 2,355,000 minutes that were read during summer reading. I would like to point out too that I got those numbers from the city's property tax calculator. I do want to thank city staff for providing that online, being somebody that offers information resources. Being able to have that online, have that calculation service right there online is fantastic. So it's something that we do really appreciate. And at that time, I'll stand for any questions if you would have them.
Commissioners?
This is kind of silly. We talk a lot about cost increases when it comes to materials and stuff like that with construction and stuff like that. Is there the same trend when it comes to media?
Yes. Yes, there is. Cost of books keeps going up. Even, I mean, just going back to something like with hardcover books, there was a day when it was in the mid-20s. Now an average hardback book runs about $32. We have no control over any of those costs that we provide those services. And libraries in general are in a constant battle with the online providers because those costs are actually limited in so many different ways that the cost for some of those is really, really high for the number of uses that they allow us to use. So we try the best that we can to provide those services. I like to compare it back in the day to where when you'd see those magazine subscriptions, there used to be, like, for personal use, a magazine cost $20 a year. If it was for, I can't remember the name that they used to use, but for the, it was basically set up for library use. The cost was about 30 to 40% more than that.
Well, I personally, probably in the library at least once a week. I have a 8-year-old who can't read enough, so I definitely understand the value personally, and just to the community. You talk about visits. A lot of times the library is the only place that people can go to escape the heat or the cold if they don't have other shelter, and that is, I know you all at the library do a really good job with that, and care for those community members, which is above and beyond your job description. So thank you for that. And I think this is, a community has to have a library. It's one of the last, I mean, it's just the resources that are available there at no cost to anyone to use, at no use cost, are just invaluable, really. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
I just want to commend and thank you for keeping the budget down, coming in basically to 5%, which is a little under the target I have in mind for total property tax increase. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that comment. If I could add to that too, is really working with the board and just made aware of where I come from with this, and if we can find other revenue sources to fund some of the other projects, we'll do that first.
I was at a meeting with some people from Lawrence, and they had been in the library meeting, and were really, really impressed with our library. And I think of the 371,000 visitors and 210, I think of the 210 as me, because I go a lot, and I really appreciate the selection.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for your time.
ABA is next. Dennis, do you have anything? Do you have anything that you need to show, or you're just gonna talk?
No, I'm not that technical.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, old commissioner, and new commissioners, and staff. Thank you for giving us this time this evening. For Aggieville, just want to reiterate some of the things that I think that Rena Neal did before this, was that this is our first increase that we've asked for since 2018, and what we're trying to do is buck the trend of high turnover. That we just want to be the best shopping district we can be for locals, visitors, and temporary residents, and that's military, that's students, etc. We obviously have a lot going on, and I do also just want to thank Commissioner Minton for asking some very specific questions, and they kind of help just redesign maybe what I might be just telling you, but just as some bullet points. And I know it was mentioned before, but we do have really 3 sources of funding. And one of that is through our Business Improvement District funding, which is based on a business and square footage. And we also have some associate members, which is a very, very, very minor piece to what we do. and then the other part is the city funding through the transient guest tax. And so when it comes down to things being more expensive, and we all know everything's more expensive now than it was in 2018 since the last time we've talked about that. I can tell you that whether it's insurance, wages, not mine, but we do have some wages out there. Utilities, cost of promotions and advertising, some of the things that we do. We operate very, very thin on that, and so our options would be either you cut back someplace else, or from a business improvement district standpoint, I don't think with everything that we're going through right at the moment, this is a great time to up the ante and ask for more money from the existing businesses in Aggieville, because we're getting ready to, as we've been through countless meetings to talk about what's going on in Aggieville, and we know that we're under the prospect of really active construction until at least 2028, where some roads will be closed. This won't, this will be happening, that will be happening. Right now, we're talking about the next possible 3 months of alleys and deliveries being shut down. The next phase of construction starting. And so we think that would be a very difficult thing for us to do. And I guess I would just say that one of the things we want to do is that money, the number that we put in here was not an arbitrary number. We went through that, and we know what certain things are going to cost us. One of the things is when we talk about business improvement district, that's based on a flat fee for whatever that business is, whether that business is something as big as a hotel or as small as a 500 square foot. There's flat fees for them, and then they go by square foot. And between what we had last year and what we're going to have next year, we cannot do our BID, our Business Improvement District funding on buildings that aren't there anymore. And as you know, the KSA Bank is gone. Half of Handy Corner is gone, as of last week. And and there's some more of that coming down. And so just putting some of those numbers together, we're looking at some extra expenditures of getting in the neighborhood of $10,000 that are just lost income. And we know that and it may seem like a minor thing to somebody else, but it's very important to us, is that one of the things we've prided ourselves on is when you drive through Aggieville, we've got these very specific light poles that have got banners on them. Some of the newer ones are smaller, some of the older ones are bigger, and we try to keep a banner supply up because it gives it a great look. It makes people feel like, okay, now I know exactly where I am, because we're not really, we're not a shopping center, So, so we've had some funding through Wildcat NIL to do some of the smaller ones. We've also had some great funding with the university, but they've chosen not to renew with us to do that. And we know some of the bigger poles have got maybe another shelf life of a year to 2 years until we get into taking those down as we do all the redevelopment, on the streets and the sidewalks. And so that's going to be an expense that we either incur ourselves to replace those, or we just have poles with places for banners that some of them have banners, some of them don't, and I think that's a bad look for us, for the town, for everybody. So we know what that expense is, and we're working with local business here in town to redevelop those again for us, and hopefully we can have those up even before this semester starts. So, and then the other side of that would be to work on advertising and promotion to drive the businesses. So that's the reason for our request. And I can be more specific if you'd like, but I am here for any questions for you.
Could you be more specific, please?
Sure. So like going back to those banners that we were talking about, we have banners that run down Morrow, the big size, that run down Morrow. They also run on Anderson all along Triangle Park and all the way up to 14th Street. And between 11th and 12th on Bluemont, we go to the smaller ones where the redevelopment was, where Courtyard, from Courtyard to the end. But when we add up all those banners, our quote from Thomas Sign on redoing those was $3,900, just under $4,000. So sorry, I'm rounding up about $50 to get it to $4,000. Our loss of square footage income, based on our BID, that will be between $4,000 and $5,000. So right there, we're just those two things. We're at 9. So then between wages, insurance, utility, we're looking at another 3. So so those are the kind of numbers we're looking at. And then after that, it was helping drive our advertising and promotion to bring people in, and we're working with locals to come up with the best plan we can, but we have to kind of wait to see what we have. So those are that's the more specific. But we knew it was these are the we know what these shortcomings are going to be, and we know where we are on our budget, which is right on top of it all the time anyhow.
I'm curious, what was the increase that you saw when the Marriott opened? Because that's a pretty significant. Yeah,
that was sizable.
Yeah.
But that was at the very beginning that we were really doing this whole process. We were only into it about a year or so. I don't exactly, because you had a public parking lot, which garnered you nothing, and then there was the car wash and the kind of grocery store or whatever that was going to be. From time to time, it was all connected there, and that was really not much. We also have a max put on, based on square footage and all that. So the Bluemont Hotel and Courtyard both are in on the max side. And so, yeah, that was a significant raise.
Yeah.
So now as we get into redevelopment and knowing that we've got something coming along on Laramie, both ends, private development, that will significantly that will change that game again for us. But we're at minimum, we're 2 years out.
What's kind of the range between something like I'm trying to think. I guess probably the smallest property down there would be like the barber shop and the hotel. I mean, what's the difference there?
Okay, well, every business would have a flat rate of $250, and then it's 13 cents a square foot. And so, so you can take a look at some of those places, like a barber shop or something like that. They may be in that $300 to $350 range is what they're coming up with. Maxed out for like the hotels and like that is $4,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So like when this next hotel comes along, that'll be, it's not going to be 18 small businesses that you're collecting something out of every one of them. It'll be a 4,000 bump.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, is the revenue from, say, Aggieville Barbershop 1/10 of the Marriott, or is it a much smaller percentage? I'd reckon it's a much smaller percentage.
It's smaller. But again, if we were taking real exact square footage, that 4,000 wouldn't be enough. It would be higher than that.
Right.
So we have, we didn't do that, but city or however that's working, there is a cap on that at 4,000, and we're thrilled to take that and bring all those people into Aggieville anyhow. So we're fine with that.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dennis? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Downtown Manhattan.
What would you like me to bring up
My
now?
presentation, please.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners,
Hi, Gina.
Mayor. I would like to really quickly, before I get started, since this is my favorite meeting of the year, since this is the my favorite meeting of the year, really quickly, I just want to recognize the fact that most of my board and my staff is here. Please stand. And some of them are wearing our brand new logo design.
You're welcome.
This is Heather. She's my event manager and my right arm, and she is going to click through because I tend to ramble, and she's going to keep me on track. I am coming before you, we are coming before you this evening to request a 100% increase on our annual funding request from you all for a total of $186,000. And that is, in our minds, actually pretty modest when you consider what we have been doing in the past, how we help ourselves on a regular basis. We are absolutely in unprecedented times in downtown. We are near 100% commercial occupancy. We are about 98% residentially occupied in our surrounding multifamily apartments, lofts. We don't count our neighborhoods. We don't have any, they're outside of the boundaries. So this is multi-family residential units that I'm speaking about. We have about 3,000 people employed in the downtown district. That does not include the Manhattan Marketplace area because that's a very transient, employees go in and out of there. That's the Hy-Vee, the Best Buy. It's really hard to get numbers from those managers. They change all the time. So that number would actually be increased if we were able to count everybody that was actually working in that Manhattan Marketplace. And within our boundaries, we account for about 10% of the total sales that are done in the city of Manhattan, which alone is about $141 million. Pretty epic. We generate millions of dollars in property tax. So we feel like our request for $186,000, which will come with explanation, is actually pretty modest when you consider our vibrancy, our small business hub, and the fact that if you were just to drive around, and I'm sure you all do, around the community and look at different areas of town, downtown looks very different. We have full buildings, we have a lot of people walking around, we have full businesses and lots of employees, and it's just a very healthy location, and we're super proud of that. So for those of you who don't know, we have about 345 businesses in our district, and we touch annually about 100 of those businesses just by helping them for whatever they may need, if that's opening their business, helping them get employees, filling out a loan application, going to the Small Business Development Center and trying to get a grant. We try to be that overreaching organization that can help the uniqueness of being a small business. We really do have 3,603 parking stalls downtown, no matter what anybody says. We really, really do. We have a walk score. I'm not sure if you all know what a walk score is, but we do have a walk score of 92, which is really great. We've worked very hard over the last 30 years to become a walkable district, and we improve upon that. We're currently improving upon that with the Houston Street projects that are going on. Those are going to have bulb outs and beautiful crosswalks and much better lighting. So really pleased about that. We have 24 annual events that bring about 21,000 people down to downtown. We generate sales tax through our events, obviously, as people go in and out of those businesses for retailers and restaurants. We advocate for ordinances like we'll be doing tonight. Like I've given you an outline here from the last, since about 2010. In July, I will be here 16 years, so that's as far back as I could really go. And we have partnerships with entities in the city that we're really proud to have. Over half of our visitors come from other states and from more than 50 miles away. Our patrons have a median income of $61,000. Like I said, 21,000 people attended events downtown, give or take. And there are 11,000 residents that live within 1 mile of downtown. There's a lot of studies on the Department of Labor website showing the impact of when you have folks that live within 1 mile of a downtown, the impact that has on each individual small business is roughly about $4,000 per household to that individual business. So it's absolutely vital that our downtown and our neighborhoods are sort of synced together, and we work really hard to do that. One way we work really hard to do that is that downtown is for everyone. In the last 5 years, we've been so fortunate to be able to say that we are seeing representation from all groups of people and all income levels. And we did some adjusting with our events. We have a lot of free events. We have so much programming that is family centered. We have events that are for young professionals. We have events that people my age and older really love that are more low-key. So we've really tried to just be that place for everyone in the community and visitors that live outside of Manhattan to come and find something. We want to be that place where everybody finds a space and a place to feel comfortable. This is the part that I really love. So we go June to June because we present to you all in June, so that's how we count our numbers. We had 33 new businesses open from June of last year to now. And 25 of those businesses either moved out of the district or closed altogether, but we still had a net gain of 8, and that's about our average over the last 10 years. It's between 5 and 10 businesses that we net every year. The difference now is that we are making spaces that we've never actually had before. So a space, for example, that maybe was this big is now this big, and there are 3 businesses going into where there was 1. And we love our property owners for that. We've had 6 business expansions. I always feel like this is such a good indicator of the health of downtown when a small business actually expands into a larger space. That's such a good sign, and especially if they do that before the 5th year of their business. And we've had 6 of our businesses do this and really expand into larger spaces. We have 3 new businesses. Every single one of them are freaking awesome. I wish I could tell you what they are, but they're really excited. They're really, really good businesses, perfect for downtown, and they will be there in July. Our small business, 345 businesses, that includes the mall, does this. This is pretty amazing. This is a pretty huge, substantial contribution to the city overall. We really do think of ourselves as the small business hub, and we, we just are the small business hub. You can't really argue with that. But the fact that there are really 345 businesses down there, and we do this, is really awesome. And it's because we have people working in sync with each other. We have property owners, business owners, patrons, visitors, the DMI's organization, all working together. Most of the time we're all on the same page, and we have the same goals and the same visions, and we sweep each other's sidewalks, and we just take care of each other. And I think that is really why it's reflective. You know, we get so many comments about coming into this downtown and how it's different and beautiful, and that it's vibrant and alive. And I think it's not by mistake. It's definitely not an accident. It's hard work over a long period of time. I wanted to show you all, this is just a list of our events that we do. I wanted to show you all, especially our newer commissioners, kind of what we've done as far as advocating and some initiatives in the downtown district. More than a decade's worth of work. I think from the creation of a downtown task force, which sole purpose was to get the final phase of the downtown redevelopment done. That was huge for us. That was Points Avenue improvement projects, to expanding our services into the periphery, which was beautification over 5 years. That was a $75,000, little bit at a time, adding. We have 182 flower baskets out there, and we did little by little. We added a street and added a basket and added a street and added a trash can, expanded our groundskeepers' responsibility to more and more trash service, more and more Christmas lights. As the trees get taller, that expense goes up. We have to get bucket trucks to light the trees. But it's all been amazing. And then in the last couple of years, we've really worked hard to get through COVID, through the reopening process. The downtown dining platforms were an initiative that we were really proud of. Our open air market that we came to the commission to see if we could sell from the street, so that we were staying safe out in the open with no permits. And now we have a CCA that's attached to a special event. We have partnerships with K-State that we've never had before, with music and art, dance and architecture. That's just been phenomenal. There's so many good things coming. And we've really embraced the local art scene and tried to create and be leaders in the local art scene, because we will be soon, very soon, sandwiched between the Museum of Art and Light and the Wareham Theater. And we want to be able to be compatible with that. We want to be able to have that red carpet. We want to be able to have that that sort of welcome sign that says, "Here we are. We are in the Midwest. We're the front porch to arts and culture," and we really work towards that. Heather is definitely brought us leaps and bounds. She graduated from K-State with a degree in art. That's why she's our event manager, and she's working very hard to bring the arts and culture scene to downtown. Our new logo. Love it. I didn't put the names of the events on here because the last time I did this, we actually had some events used by other organizations. So we just have some events that are coming that we would like to do that are absolutely going to be over the top. If we get this funding, we'll be able to do that. One of the ways that we'll be able to do this is we are currently a 501c6. We are going to become we're going to create an arm that is a 501c3. And that will allow us to get grants that we have not been able to get in the past ever. And we will need matching funds for these grants. These are local, state, and federal grants that we want to apply for. We'll need matching dollars. They'll help us do events. They'll help us do beautification, wayfinding, programming, placemaking, all of the things that we need to do that we haven't been able to do, that we've just been kind of walking a very tight line. We have
we can skip that one.
The one thing that I do want to mention that I think gets overlooked, it's not really relevant to our funding request, but I am so proud of it. To date, we've raised about $20,000 for Johnson Cancer Research Center through our Pink Up the Pace 5K breast cancer walk and run. And it's unusual usually for a nonprofit to be raising money for another nonprofit, but we really felt several years ago, 6-7 years ago, that there was a need to support local, call out the research that's being done locally. Everybody knows what the pink ribbon is. We don't need to do awareness. We wanted to showcase the fact that this basic cancer research is happening on the Johnson Cancer, on the K-State campus at Johnson Cancer Research Center, and we're proud of that. We're grateful for all of the sponsors that we have that just are so good about raising this money. Okay, so why we are here, why we are asking for $186,000. We need a new website. The website that we have now is about 13 years old, and it has plugins that don't work. It's can't hold a video. We do a lot of stuff on the back side just so you can sort of see it on the front side. It's not mobile friendly. It's part of what we offer through our Business Improvement District package to our businesses, is that they have their very own page on our website that people in the community can use to find them. And if you try to do that on your phone, it's extremely difficult. It's like terrible. So we've created these sort of what are those? They're websites.
Sub-websites, yeah.
Sub-websites that we pay for that are not part of this website, but they're linked to this website. So when you go to look at art, you're not actually looking at the old website, the main website. You're looking at a new one. And we just keep limping along by creating these new pages. So we're not doing ourselves any favors. Our patrons and visitors are struggling to get information about events and hours of businesses and purchasing tickets for events and all that. So one thing that you may not know this, some of you might know this from the past, DMI is financially responsible for the beautification efforts that you see downtown. The flower baskets, the Christmas lights, the Christmas decor, the trash pickup. We contract that out every year to different organizations. Our flags get hung. When Houston Street comes along, we will have to put all of those things on Houston Street. We'll have to have hooks fabricated for flower baskets. We'll have to have new flags purchased and the poles and the brackets fabricated, lights for our trees, Christmas lights, new snowflakes. All the things that you see on Points Avenue is going to be replicated on Houston Street. So that's a very costly endeavor. Here's kind of where the rub is. We've been every year paying for these things out of our budget, but we don't ever expand or take care of anything else. We always expand our beautification and our groundskeeping, and that budget grows and it gets those costs grow and get bigger and bigger, but we don't take care of our website, we don't take care of our events, we don't take care of our staff as far as wages. And this is where this all comes in. We need to start taking care of these other things and get some help and support in taking care of the street decor. Well, by the time Houston Street is done, there'll be over 200 flower baskets out there. It's a pretty big endeavor. So I think having that, becoming a 501c3, we can get some money to help us with beautification and wayfinding and signage and that kind of thing. But again, we can't do that if we don't have matching dollars. So essentially, here we are, 100% increase. We've been excellent stewards of downtown. We've protected millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in redevelopment and assets in downtown over all of these years. We've shown that we're good stewards of our downtown. We do all of the care and keeping, proud to do it, but in order to keep up with this unprecedented growth, we need to we need more help in taking care of the things on the backside. Questions?
Gina, could you just quickly explain the boundaries of downtown Manhattan? I mean, do you go as far as Ivy? Yes. and it's, you know?
Yeah. So downtown to The west is points to Juliet. To the east is points to all of the mall. To the north is 3rd Street to Manhattan Marketplace, and 4th Street to the roundabout on Bluemont. To the south is the Entertainment District and Blue Earth Plaza and the hotel and Flint Hills Discovery Center, and 4th Street to Fort Riley Boulevard.
I just want to make sure people didn't think it was just points.
No.
Just a FYI, have you heard about the rooms program at the Department of Commerce? That's residents.
Yes.
Residential opportunities on Main Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Do you have any initiatives to help kind of minority-owned businesses, or have you ever worked with like Black entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills or anything like that?
We've actually begun our partnership with that organization, and the overall answer to that question is not specifically no. Has the staff helped those folks? Yes, I mean, it's what we do. So we certainly encourage and reach out and try to find those niche grants, those niche funding mechanisms and support for women-owned business, Black-owned business, all the time. I mean, we're constantly researching that kind of thing and trying to plug people into the right space.
Can you talk about the different costs for these 3 different events? Just kind of how they would break out?
Broadly, I can. One of these events could be as much as $150,000 to pull it off. That's if it is done the way we would really love to do it, and we had a federal grant. One of them is probably about $30,000, and we think that we can get several grants for that to help us with these costs. There are several of these events have live music or artists associated with it, and the state of Kansas has several programs where you can get a traveling artist to come to your event. Of course, you have to pay that artist, but the Department of Commerce actually helps you through a grant to get that artist to your event, support their costs, their stay in a hotel. So there's lots of opportunities for us. We need to be a 501c3, and that is goal number 1 for us this year. It will happen this year.
And do you track like how many loan applications you helped with, things like that? Do you track any of that, or like the success of that?
No, we don't really track it. No, that's a really good.
It'd be interesting.
We should do that. Yeah. Gosh, I feel like there's something about that kind of assistance every day. But yes, that's a really good. That's an interesting data point we should probably do.
Commissioners, anything else? All right. Thank you, Gina and Heather. I suggest that we continue for about another half hour, and perhaps at 8 o'clock take a break to stretch and have a recess for about 10 minutes, since we're not quite halfway through.
Is the 9 o'clock rule in effect for this one since it's legislative? Okay.
Anyone here from Manhattan Arts Center? Hi, Kendra. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Kendra Kuhlman, Director of Manhattan Arts Center. I'm happy to be here this evening and talk a little bit about some things that we have happening and what we have coming up. But first and foremost, I am an advocate for growing the arts in our community, especially arts education. I've seen the impact directly, and I feel very strongly in being able to provide arts experiences and education activities to our community. To date, this year, we've given out over $9,000 in scholarships We believe in not turning anyone away from classes, and we are very proud of that. I would say our biggest limitation, as I will get into, is space. Our building is rapidly aging, and some of the increased ask that I have is because we are looking for off-site locations because our classes have expanded so rapidly and our wait lists are so large that we are turning people away, and it's only because of our limitations of space. At the MAC, we have a community impact beyond just our doors. We teach processes, patience, and problem solving. We foster community building and teamwork skills. We help kids develop social, emotional, and interpersonal skills. We help kids handle constructive criticism, which can be difficult for kids and adults. We get kids off screens. We see adults of all ages find their creative passion, and it is never too late for that. We see theater production teams comprised mostly of volunteers put together big shows in our small spaces. So they are doing this 100% volunteer for us most of the time. We create spaces for possibilities. And we reach parts of our community that many of you may not even know about. We did just receive a national grant to do a partnership with Fort Riley, and we will be pairing active duty military artists that have a current artistic practice with military personnel, so they will come together and teach their practice, and it will be a way to collaborate and have conversation, possibly learn something new, and we'll be starting that in January, so I'll have more information as that comes out, but we're very proud of that grant. We just finished a one-year grant with Pawnee Mental Health, serving their residents, adults, and children. We have a partnership with GMCF and True Colors, is right now at this very minute finishing a large mural on the side of our building. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but we will have a mural unveiling party tomorrow evening, if you can make it. But like I said, our biggest limitation is space and our rapidly aging building. We have a partnership that we are in conversation actually with Manhattan Parks and Rec to use underused spaces so we can grow our programming and also do a tuition cost share that would benefit the city financially and MAC. So we're hoping that we can create that partnership to get started in January. We are also taking classes out to the Douglas Center, trying to serve that area, to Northview, so we're not just doing art where we are, we're taking it out to underserved communities and trying to reach them as well. So we're a busy place, for sure. I don't think I need to convince this group of the importance of arts and arts education in our community, but I would encourage you each to stop by MAC at any time. To get into the nitty-gritty a little bit, we are asking for a little bit more this year. As I said, one of the big increases is insurance. They did rebid insurance in 2022, so we have what we think is the best option for where we are, but we are still getting an increase in insurance from $18,000 to $22,000 this coming year, so that's an increase of $4,000. Last year we replaced one of our 8 air conditioning units. That's $8,760. We expect another one to go out. As I said, aging building. So some of the things that you help with funding the MAC are those costs that we don't expect, those costs that are hard to budget, and also the costs of trying to grow our programming and finding other spaces to either use or rent so that we can keep growing. Another thing is we have doubled our clay class offerings, so we are offering more clay classes, but we still have the same, almost the exact same amount in waitlisted that are trying to get into our clay classes. In 11 months, we have doubled our theater education program, so we are offering classes in not just theater education, but we're opening it more to our high school kids. We're offering a tech academy, which we received some grant funding for, so those are for kids that want to do light, sound, costumes, props, other things than just being on stage. So we are growing, and that means more teachers are needed to keep our programs going. So that's a little bit of a cost increase just for our personnel. In addition, we have a soundboard that is about to go out very soon. We will explore repairing that, but even repairing that is $2,500. As you can see by our budget, we do a heavy lift of private fundraising and grant writing, and the city support really helps us leverage that in many ways. So we appreciate it and hope that you will continue to support the arts and arts education. And I'm open to any questions.
I'm just curious, what does the process look like for someone to apply for a scholarship for one of your programs?
It's an online application, so all they have to do is fill it out. If they receive free or reduced lunch, they automatically get a discount. If they receive free and reduced lunch but also just need more support, they just fill out the online application and we make it happen. We do try to utilize grant funding as much as possible for that. We do need to grow our adult scholarship pool. That is one area. Often we have adults that will take classes and then they'll give back time instead of a full scholarship, so they'll volunteer their time back. So it's a nice give.
Yeah. Do you have that as an expense, or is it just something that you just reduce your income by?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Kendra, I would love to see you be able to use the municipal auditorium more. You know, we renovated that. We put in a lot of lights and sound and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and,
the only issue is the acoustics, but we would love to use it as a
well, and I know that there's no dressing rooms, and I mean, I know there's issues, but boy, it'd be great to be.
I agree.
To have that be more used.
We've had a few conversations about that. Thank you.
Good.
Any other questions?
Yeah, one more, sorry.
Sure.
On the salaries and wages program line, it says no CSPA. Is that?
Oh, that was, I should have clarified that. So we were in a partnership with K-State for several years, the Community School of Performing Arts. We did all of the administrative work and salaries for that. It was basically a lot of private lessons that K-State teachers were teaching, and then we were doing all of the payroll for it. Got together with Brian Pinkle, and we decided it was a bit of an unfair partnership on MAC. It was a heavy load. We don't have a big staff, so they have taken that program. It was also losing money unless it was funded and breaking even with grants. And so as we're still in partnership with K-State Music, Theater, and Dance, of course, and we will continue to do group lessons, but that private lesson program has shifted. So those were a lot of that salary. Those were salaries that were counted, that were the private lesson teachers that were basically coming in and going back out.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. Thank you, Kendra. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wolf House, Riley County Historical Society.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Catherine Hensler. I'm the director of the Riley County Historical Museum. Tonight, I speak on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Riley County Historical Society, which is our private nonprofit arm. Our request is modest. We have actually kept our request the same over the course of the last few years. We're asking for $5,000 of support, and that really goes towards the operational and programming support of the Wolf House Museum, which is located at 630 Fremont Ave in Manhattan. The property is operated by the Riley County Historical Society and has been so since 1983. The Wolf House offers high-quality local history exhibits and educational programming for residents, students of all ages, and visitors. And that is also always free of charge. We never have an admission cost. This money that we ask for tonight will go to offset some of those expenses. The reason we're able to offer free admission is because of the donations and the support we get from our community. 2025 marks the 157th anniversary of the construction of the Wolf House. And just part of our history together, 109 years of partnership between our society and the city of Manhattan. And that started in 1916 when the Pioneer Log Cabin was built in City Park as the first museum of Riley County. Through the years, our organizations together have been working to preserve our community's history, heritage, and ensuring that it is made visible to those living, working, and visiting our city. In addition, the Historical Society works as an active partner with the Riley County Historical Museum to tell stories of our region's history, again, ensuring that these programs, experiences, learning opportunities, and resources are available for all. In 1983, the Wolf House opened as a museum. So we have been now, I guess that makes it 40, oh, I should have done my math.
41.
41, next year will be 42 years that your organization, your city has been supporting us. And we are we're deeply grateful to the City of Manhattan for your interest in local history and the continued support of valuable historic community resources. Thank you for your generosity and support of our programs, the site, and our community's enduring legacy. We're excited to see what kind of future our history holds. I do want to talk about a few statistics. Normally we bring these to you in the form of a newsletter every year, so we are jumping into the 21st century now with some digital information. A little bit about the Wolf House, and I know you know a lot of this, but there may be some people in the audience who are not aware. The Wolf House was built in 1868 by John Frank, and it was used as a German boarding house. And the reason we know that, and the way we know that, is through historic newspaper ads. It was advertised as a German boarding house. There are a lot of German immigrants who were settling in this region, and this offered a place like home, with memories and traditions similar to what they were used to. Also, food. Food has a lot of enduring memories. So people knew that when they came to the Wolf House that they were going to feel like they were at home. Max and Lucille Wolf came to own the property in 1941. And in 1982, Mrs. Wolf, then a widow, donated the house, the land, and additional structures to the Riley County Historical Society. And 1 year later, we opened as a museum. The property was listed on the National Register of Historic Places as its own historic district in 2019, and it includes 5 structures total, 4 contributing, 1 non-contributing. We do still host the local 4th graders with USD 383 homeschoolers and the private schools for our annual spring field trips, and we offer hands-on interpretive programming, and we, of course, cover the cost of their bus and transportation. We actually provide that as a grant to the school district. The Historical Society also owns and manages the property as a museum. We're open every Saturday and Sunday 2 to 5 year-round, and like I mentioned before, admission is always free. You will hear us say that a lot because it's something we're very proud of. Not all museums are able to offer that to the community. Those of you who have visited probably recognize some of these sites. Although the museum, or the Wolf House was built in the 1860s, we interpret it to the 1880s. So the decor is very predominantly Victorian. These are some images of our field trips, both this past year and in years prior. We generally see an average about 400 to 500 students that come in every year, but we have great news about last year. We were able to meet and exceed some exceptional goals. So in 2023, a little over 1,000 guests visited the Wolf House. 65% of that visitation came from Manhattan, 23% from other communities in Kansas, 4% from neighboring states, 8% from other states, and only 1 international visitor. I'd like to note we did just have 19 international visitors today, so in 2024 we have blown that number out of the water. So this year we saw 575 local 4th graders. and their teachers come through during their spring field trips. This is an increase of over 100 from last year, which were 470. And then, of course, we suspended field trips in 2020 and 2021. First, because of COVID, but those of you who are familiar with the organization know that we also went through some tragedy in those years with the loss of our longtime director, Cheryl Collins. So 2022, we brought the field trips back. They were very slow. I believe only about 200 students attended. But since then, we've been able to raise the numbers, and 575 is a record for us. So we're very proud to report that. We were also able to embark this year on a number of preservation and site improvement projects. So started mid last year and carry on until this year. I will show you a few pictures and go through some of the changes that are taking place on the site, but these were much needed preservation projects, and we're very happy to be able to do that. The Historical Society in 2024's operational budget is right around $134,000. 22% of that budget goes towards the operational and educational expenses of the Wolf House. This figure does not include preservation project expenses. And I just want to bring to your attention, it has nothing to do with the Wolf House, but the Society owns and operates 13 additional historic sites or properties in the community. The Wolf House is just one of those sites. So out of that $134,000 budget, that 22% is going specifically to the Wolf House. The other goes towards education, programming, preservation, operations of the other historic sites as well. And of course, the Society does employ 4 part-time staff positions. Some of those recent site improvements, we were able to restore the doors and windows of the Wolf Photography Studio, which is a building that was built in 1902. We were also able to replace the roof. We repaired the chimney and repointed masonry on the Wolf House, and that is the 1868 structure. We replaced the damaged limestone threshold on the Wolf House entrance, rescreened portions of the Wolf House back porch, and I say 1938 here because that is an addition onto the 1868 property that was built in 1938. We also were able to replace the entire roof of the Wolf House, and the final big project this year is going to be restoring the front door of the Wolf House. These are just some images. This is the Wolf Studio that sits on that historic district. We can see it probably about a time frame of maybe 1905 to 1908 up in the top right. And then the other images are some of the restoration works that's going on right now. These are some before pictures of the Wolf House. You can see the chimney has been, or was, damaged. We were told that that was likely done by lightning strike. We also had a historic wooden shingle roof, which does not last very long, does not hold up to hail or wind or any of the elements. So that was in great need of replacement. And I'm happy to report we were able to accomplish those in 2023 and 24. This is showing you the new roof on the left. And then picture of the front door. While it doesn't look terrible here, it's sustained a lot of water damage from the bottom up. And if you're inside the building, you can actually see outside of the cracks of the door. So that will be the final project that we have planned this year for that property. In closing, I do want to thank you all for your support, for really taking an active approach in preserving our community's history. We are deeply grateful to your support in years past, but also that which you'll give us in the future. The city provides crucial funding for not only keeping the lights on, but allows us to offer enriching and educational experiences to those who choose to live, work, and play in our beautiful community. Again, our funding request for 2025 is $5,000, and we thank you very much for hearing that consideration. Could I entertain any questions?
No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you need me to provide anything?
The second document, if you can.
report?
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I got to get done by 8 o'clock so you can take the break, right? I'm Jim Jeanette, President CEO of Manhattan Area Technical College. It's good to have a chance to visit with you all again, a few new commissioners. Commissioner McCullough, I remember you were on the commission when I first got here. I want to tell you some exciting news, and a couple of you have been out on campus and you've seen the new building. We had board meeting earlier tonight, and tonight's the first chance my board gets to walk through the building. The Advanced Technology Center is what you have been helping us with. And if you haven't been by, come by. We have occupancy. We're starting to move stuff in. That facility is going to transform what Manhattan Tech does. And a few of you were at the meeting this morning with the chamber, and I think you heard some of the impact we are having and can have. On this document that you have, and it's what I presented to the commission last year with this request, if I get down to the right place. Yeah. So the executive summary, we used the same company that the K-State Foundation uses for these kind of analysis. And this shows you in the top half of that graph what the construction, the addition of new faculty and staff, and the new graduates just from this building, the impact it will have on city revenues as well as county. It does not include property tax revenue because that's a little harder for them to estimate. In addition to this, according to surveys with our students, about 25 to 35% of our students try to remain in Manhattan. Overall, 86% of my graduates stay in our service area, which is primarily Gary, Riley, and Pot County. We have had growth every year of about 5 to 6% of enrollment growth. Quick aside, the only part of the state's higher ed system that is growing are the tech colleges. We've grown 70% in the last 10 years. I say the kids, people have figured out you can get some pretty good skills as a nurse, a welder, construction, make good money. This building is a testament to that and what we're going to do with it. But the rest of this report goes into more detail about the impact. Again, here's construction, some of the other data that was from before, and then we get into, toward the end of this, the impact over 10 years with this building, and it's going to generate a pretty good amount of city sales tax, county sales tax, and again, property tax is kind of the unknown, but we have pretty good data that it's going to be 25 to 35%. Also, the request from Manhattan Tech is of a limited time variety. We're hoping to get your support for a total of 5 years. We've had 1 year so far. We're not going to ask for it after year 5. This building will be completely done within the next few weeks. We will have 3 programs in place of the 7 spots in the building by this fall semester. All 7 will be filled by next fall, fall of 25. We've already seen enrollment increases with this capacity increase with this building. HVAC enrollment is already on a track to increase 50 to 60% by this fall. Construction trades 25 to 35%. Industrial engineering tech and critical environment tech will also be in this building that are current programs. Those programs are in a period of adding to the curriculum and to the equipment to increase capacity. Every employer in the region that's seen the Industrial Engineering Tech Lab says, I want your students. It teaches students the fundamentals of electricity, robotics, pneumatics, hydraulics, and a few hundred other things I would have trouble describing. But the students get placed quickly into jobs. Our job placement rate's at 97%. The average first-year salary for one of our graduates is over $52,000 a year, and most of our students are only with us for 1 year. They get a certificate and a credential, and they're hired. So we see this project and your support for it as an investment to grow more sales tax revenue, utilities, as you see, but also property tax. We've also been able to leverage this with the state legislature. The House Higher Education Budget Committee asked the technical colleges 2 years ago, if we help you, can you get some local skin in the game? And I think Commissioner Mata, you were on the board and commission at the time. We came back with that request about getting some kind of support to show that skin in the game to the state. In turn, the state legislature has provided the tech colleges, each tech college, with $1.5 million additional funds as a base operating grant. That allows us to do the things like this as well as to grow at our Wamego Center, grow with healthcare, and other occupational programs. So I hope you'll see this as an investment. We have ribbon cutting August 29th. If you haven't gotten your invitation, you will. If you want to come out anytime and get a visit, we're ready, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim.
I just wanted to say I was at that presentation this morning, and you know, one of the things they really talked about was diversifying our commercial base and our economic base, and this is a way to help that. Having that labor force there is really crucial if a business is looking to come in. I think it's also important to talk about, you know, with Caterpillar closing down. I know I've heard that you all have already reached out to those folks, and hopefully will help them be able to stay in the area. So yeah, I agree. This is, yeah, it's very important that we have it's an asset to the community. I've been out to see the facility. I think it's really impressive. You've built it to be very adaptable to changing trends and demands. So yeah, I think this is a really good opportunity.
We have, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I'm really pleased that you've been able to work out partnerships with USD 383. I think that's exceptionally good.
In addition, we have signed an MOU with Junction City School District for this year, and we'll be on Fort Riley at their request. We've signed an MOU there, and again, with that, we're hoping to entice more transitioning soldiers and families, work with us, get skills, get connected with an employer, and keep them. So yeah, we're workforce development, we're economic development. The last thing I would add, in this new building by the fall of 25, we will have new programs in plumbing technology, electrician technology, and biomanufacturing. So those are coming. Okay. Come see us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Yes. So it's 8:01. We'll take a 10-minute recess and return here at 8:11. Katie.
Yeah, I've got a few. Okay. Do you need one too? Need something? Okay.
Might go outside. Not for a cigarette, but just talk.
Hello, it's 8:10. We'll resume our presentations.
I'm okay. I think you turned it down. I might be a blanket.
Thank you, Daphne. So next we will be hearing from Adibus. Ann, welcome.
Thank you all very much. Good evening. We thought this year instead of breadboards, we'd just have handouts. I'm Ann Smith. I'm the Executive Director at Adibus, and this is Daphne McNelly. She's in charge of communications and marketing. So we just want to take a few minutes and provide you with some information about Adibus, some updates. Did you know that in 2026, Adibus will have been around for 50 years? So we are already planning to have a little bit of a celebration in 2026. It doesn't seem possible that the company's been there for that long, but here we are. Our mission is to provide and promote the highest quality of transit services to the Flint Hills communities. And we believe in empowering people and connecting those communities. Just a few little factoids for you. Since we started operating fixed routes in Manhattan in 2012, we have transported over 1 million rides. And last fiscal year, we drove a total of 632,790 miles. Daphne points out that that's enough to go back to the moon and back to the Earth 2.6 times. So we're really excited about that. We do different things, but we contribute to economic development in the community, and we improve the quality of life for our citizens. Every year we work with Manhattan. We come to you and visit this time of every year, but we also have been investing directly in our partnerships with the City of Manhattan. For the newer commissioners, I would share with you that our project that was completed last year at 600 Points, we invested nearly $600,000 of federal transit funds in that street project. And currently, the Fremont project that's currently under construction between 14th and 11th Street near Aggieville, we have invested another $330,000 in that project. So we will have a bus shelter at Fremont and North Manhattan when that project is completed. And so that's nearly $1 million that we've invested directly to the City of Manhattan. We're currently working with city staff on a possible third project located at 5th and Leavenworth. I'm working on some of the environmental review documents to submit them to FTA for their consideration. That project, we were prepared to contribute an additional $300,000 to that street project as well. So how do we use the funds that you invest in the operations of the company? We use those dollars to leverage federal and state transit funding. For every dollar that we spend, 70 cents is federal and state funds. Our local match that we have to have in order to leverage those funds is 30%. So for every dollar we spend, we have to have 30 cents in local match. One thing I would point out to our new commissioners is that our fare revenue that we generate, that's the pass or the fare that's dropped in the fare box of the buses. Federal Transit Administration does not allow us to use those funds as local match. It is called project income, and you cannot use those dollars to leverage federal and state funds. Currently, in FY24, with the match that the city has given us for this year, $293,000, we're able to leverage just under $700,000 in state and federal dollars to operate our programs. Sustaining this level of funding is critical for us to sustain our current service levels. I would tell you, and you may recall, that last year K-State stopped providing funding. And we have some conversations here and there going on, but there's been no progress in reestablishing that funding right now. But if we look back at our budgets over the last several years into 2018, 2019, our local match overall is stagnant. It has not grown. But obviously costs to operate services have. Costs to replace buses have doubled. And so right now, your funding is more critical than ever. We are also, this year, we have kicked off a transit study that we are going to be conducting, and we want and need your participation in this process. The primary focus of the transit study is going to be to look at our current service levels and how are we able, with fiscally constrained budget, be more efficient and more effective with the services we currently have. And then to aspirationally develop potential growth opportunities, should there be opportunities to secure additional local match funding. So we'll be looking at ways that we could potentially increase those ADA improvements. And I think that's an opportunity potentially for the city and for Attabas to work together. We know that we would like to have increased frequency of service hours and accessibility. And then we'd also like to eventually have additional amenities around town, benches, perhaps a shelter or two. But all of those things will require additional local match. So that is something that this study is going to look at to try to help us identify opportunities. I will tell you that we have a number of service contracts throughout the community. I believe we have approximately $300,000 in service contracts around the community with other entities and businesses around the communities. And just, if you would go back to that first slide, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Just to kind of give you a brief snapshot, we've calculated that using some of our actual data, that for every dollar that we have invested in our community, we are generating $6.13 in economic returns to the agency or to the community. So where are people going? Ridership in FY23 increased by 18%. And on our fixed route services, they're going to Walmart, the Union, Dillon's West Loop, Gramercy Apartments, and the area around College and Claflin. K-State students continue to use the services, but we have seen a decline in their usage, and we expect for that to, at the end of our fiscal year, to impact total ridership. Our demand response stops, those are stops for people in the community who live either outside of our fixed route service or qualify for ADA services. That's Big Lakes, the hospital, the medical center, Walmart, and the Ogden Community Center. We have a service that's called the K-18 Connector, and it's a fixed route for folks who need to go to and from Manhattan and Ogden. We have partnerships supporting our services in Ogden, and we also have funding to support an expansion of the K-18 connector that would connect Manhattan, Ogden, and Junction City. and we've seen a 28% increase in ridership on that service. Other ways that we are committed to supporting our local community. We again this year are providing free bus passes to citizens who purchase Parks and Rec pool passes. We were able to donate a retired bus to the Flint Hills Bread Basket to help them combat food insecurity. We also, through the wages and goods and services that we buy every year in this community, generated $2.6 million that we invested directly into our community. We have professional partnerships, as I mentioned earlier, with over 10 local businesses. And we have, through different funding opportunities and grants that we've received, provided over 1,500 free bus passes to community service organizations. So this is just a brief snapshot, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
How's your efforts for vehicle replacement going?
Very slowly. I have, I guess, an opportunity in that I serve as the chair of the state CTD council, which works with KDOT directly to procure vehicles. And so we're at a place where we are asking KDOT very strongly if they will consider changing the way that they procure vehicles. So I think that's one step in the right direction to accomplish that.
Okay. You talked about how we're 30% of your federal or your government funding. Does that mean, like, if we were to increase, you know, for every dollar that we increase, does that multiply directly?
So we receive an annual apportionment from FTA, and that apportionment is based on ridership, mileage, and population. So we have 2 of the 3 of those factors we can directly impact to bring additional revenue to the area. Mm-hmm. Our current apportionment is approximately $1.3 million a year. We also have a few years of funding that we haven't been able to spend because we don't have the local match. Okay. So we currently are faced with approximately $400,000 in preventive maintenance funds that are sitting in our account in our budget. We can't spend because we don't have the local match. If we don't spend the money, we will lose it, and it will go to Lawrence or Topeka or to another small urban service in Kansas.
What's the percentage match for that, for those funds?
So for the federal funds themselves, it's for operational costs, it's 50-50. For capital, it's either 80 or 90-10, or 80-20, 90-10. Then the state of Kansas provides an additional approximately 20%. So between federal and state programs, it's 70% on average.
Just to offer a little clarity too, the 30% local match is not just the city of Manhattan. Right. That's everybody that's contributing to our local match dollars within the programming for that funding.
So any non-DOT dollars can be used to meet our local match.
Has the increase that was approved last year, has that kind of helped you be able to access some of those funds?
Yes, absolutely.
And we didn't state it, but we are just at a flat right now. We're not asking for another increase this year.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's hard for those of us who are have cars and things to really realize how difficult it is, particularly for businesses who have people. Mm-hmm. I've talked to people downtown who didn't have their workers show up a couple days and didn't even realize they could have taken the bus, you know. But I really am so happy we've got the Ogden connector, because there are so many young married soldiers and their wives, and the soldier takes the car to Fort Riley, and then there's the spouse left. Mm-hmm. No pharmacy, no doctors, no, you know, without this access, it's just, it's really wonderful that they can get the services that they need. There's just, in Ogden, there's pretty limited.
It is very, very much so. And we actually have been working with the City of Ogden a little bit. They have, you may be aware that they're trying to get federal funds to basically entirely reimagine Riley Avenue.
Yeah, haven't they gotten those?
They've gotten funding to do a study.
Okay.
So it's a multi-stage process.
Yeah.
So transit will be one component, and we hope to be able to make some improvements and add a shelter in Ogden as well. I did want to mention to you that as we do this transit study, we decided we needed to have a heavy focus on public participation. So there are going to be multiple opportunities to provide input, and we're going to have a survey as well. So I really want to encourage you, to encourage everybody, if you want to have impact on the future of transit in Manhattan, this will be an opportunity to help you do that.
The other thing I was just going to mention from the marketing standpoint is that even though we are sustaining our operations and looking at that study to see what we can do to improve, we're trying to find other ways to be involved in our community and make a difference. And so we were awarded a grant, so we're going to be rewrapping our fleet this year. So they're going to be looking nice and new and fancy. And then we also are working with some other local partners. Many of them spoke tonight about some art projects on our shelters to be able to make placemaking an important part of riding the bus. I'm sure that Stephanie Peterson's probably mentioned placemaking to you all before about the importance of people knowing that their community has these assets and that it can be interactive or visually appealing and also very beneficial to the people that use it. And so those are a few things that we already have planned for this upcoming year. And so even though we might not be changing the routes particularly, we are wanting to make sure that we're always bettering Manhattan.
Yeah, I know it took me a few years of living here to realize that the AdaBus was actually public transportation and not just, for
If you haven't liked us on social media, on Facebook or Instagram, Daphne will be knocking on your door to make sure you do, so that we get the word out.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I was on college and I saw these people standing outside Ascension, and I thought they were going across the street, so I stopped because I thought they were pedestrians, but they were waiting for the bus, and so it was great to see people waiting for the bus.
Yes,
sure.
I think it's great that the 5th and Leavenworth is a target area. I think that's going to be really important, particularly later this summer when the Conza Prairie Community Health Center is located down there. Are there any plans to put a shelter or benches near Walmart? I've seen that, quite a number of people waiting at that stop.
So we've talked off and on about it. We would like to get something there. I think sometimes we worry that maybe that's not the most ideal location for a permanent stop, just because of the way that traffic flows through that street. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky, but we definitely would like to make some improvements there for sure.
Perhaps the Walton Family Foundation could do a bench of some kind.
I did want to mention too, the recent announcement from the governor of the funding to WTC is going to be a partnership that is involves transit. We are going to be recipients of a number of their hardware, I guess we'd say, for public Wi-Fi. So at some of our bus stops will have public Wi-Fi. And it will be paid, the Wi-Fi costs will be paid for 5 years approximately, at no cost to us. So I think that's going to be a fantastic value-added benefit for our passengers and for the surrounding neighborhoods as well.
And we also are wrapping up a building renovation. We recently did about a $1 million building renovation, none of which was local dollars used. It was all state and federal dollars for that project. And that's going to be really great. We're going to have an open house, and we'd love to see all of you there.
Any other questions?
I don't have questions for you guys, but just for commissioners and Jason, I would like to look at where this fund, or where we're paying, what fund we're using for this. Not questioning the use of that or the dollars by any means, but what our options are for us to discuss. Because it's currently out of general fund right now.
I had the same question because it was out of.
Is that why you were staring at me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It was out of economic development for a while.
Was that the change of the sales when we switched that? Can it not? Oh.
primarily, we recognize ATA and their matching opportunities they have with projects. So when we think about funding them and receiving money back into the city from their grants, it's difficult to slide that into any other fund and have an impact. So when they go out and they bring hundreds of thousands of dollars into a project, where would we have paid for that project otherwise? It would be in the bond and interest more than likely on a debt service or coming from the general fund in some nature. We were trying to get it to a point where the Economic Development Fund, the Transient Guest Tax Fund, it was difficult to reflect their participation in a project anywhere else. You can fund
difficult
them
but not impossible, right?
Yeah,
okay.
You can fund them wherever you want to fund them from. We were struggling with trying to offset their impact from a project perspective back into the budget. General fund obviously gives us the greatest amount of flexibility with revenues and expenditures. The other funds are somewhat limited in terms of how money can move in and out of them.
To me, I look at even the projects that that they have invested in, right in front of the library, right down by Aggieville, and just the service that they provide in general. To me, that's right in economic development. So I don't know if anyone else.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, I'm with you on that, Peter. And
certainly worth looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jason, when is that decision? That's not a tonight decision. That's just a discussion. But I think it's consideration for future budget planning tonight.
Yeah, and we'll be looking for direction, kind of on scenarios that we can bring back to you all for not only the general fund but other funds tonight.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daphne and Ann. Thanks. Prairie Paws, are they up next?
Yes, ma'am.
You can just bring up this. If you
Yes, ma'am.
We call it an impact report. There it
Yes,
is.
ma'am.
Thank you, Rena.
You're so very welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm the last one, and I am going to be the quickest one. This is my first time in front of you for this. My name is Vanessa Cowie. I'm the Executive Director for Prairie Paws Animal Shelter, and we are 6 months into our 3-year agreement to operate the local animal shelter. So I just wanted to go over a little bit about what we're working on. We're obviously big into trying to increase the services that are delivered out of that facility, so we've been doing a lot of staff development. We sent our leaders out to San Antonio to get some training. And they had a blast, and they brought all that knowledge back to Manhattan, so good for them. We're now doing low-cost spay-neuter clinics, and we're ramping up our fundraising efforts, and we're trying to get some of our long length of stay animals adopted, which then allows us to reuse those kennels to serve a higher volume of animals. We report on where the animals come from, and this is something that's a big focus of ours, is our revenue streams and how many of those are government funded. Obviously, a big portion of our budget here in Manhattan is funded by the City of Manhattan to run that shelter, but it is in the best interest of everyone if we form more agreements with more of the surrounding communities. You can try and restrict those animals coming into your Manhattan animal shelter, and you cannot actually successfully do that. People will be dishonest about where they found them just for the sake of the animal. They have nowhere else to take them. So a lot of these communities around Manhattan don't have an animal shelter. I know a lot of the city staff have battled this for a long time, and I know the commission is probably aware of this, but those communities around you that don't have an animal shelter and are not funding yours are just contributing to increased cost here in Manhattan. That is being paid for by the Manhattan taxpayers. So we are working really, really diligently to try and form agreements with those communities. And then with that increased funding, once we can get funding from those communities, which have been successful with Pottawatomie County and Wamego and some of those areas, then we can serve a higher volume of animals because we can increase our budget at that location, and that will then lower the cost for everybody. So it's not just trying to turn these animals away. It's more about forming agreements and giving services to as many people as we can and being more efficient. So year to date, we, at the end of May, had served 357 animals as being sheltered. We call that an intake or an admission, but we serve many, many more animals than that through the rest of our programs. So we are holistic. We like to prevent intakes. So we don't like to bill our municipalities per intake, because that would be like the police department billing you per crime. Their job is to lower crime. So we don't want to increase the animals that go through the shelter and then bill you for it. We do measure that, but we want to provide more programs that will be more holistic in serving your community. So low-cost spay neuter, free microchipping, free vaccines, TNR, all that kind of stuff will make your community a little bit more sustainable. And then we can save those kennels at the shelter for animals that actually need it. There's not always a need to be admitting every single animal. So this is year to date, just kind of where the animals are coming from. We do transfer between our locations, so that helps us with surgery capacity at one location. You know, you've got room to spay some dogs in Manhattan tomorrow. Well, I'll move them to you, and you give me some that are already spayed. That's one of the benefits we bring, is this flexibility to move animals between each other. So we do record that. We track our adoption returns to see how successful we are. And then we track every animal, what kind of intake type it comes in. This is a big one, is reclaim rate. You're getting 51% of your dogs reclaimed here in Manhattan, which does lower the cost. Every reclaimed dog is saving the taxpayers a lot of money. You can do strategies to increase that, but ultimately, a low reclaim rate means that there are communities around you that don't have access to relinquishment. So these are unwanted animals that are not going to be claimed because they don't have a municipal shelter that would give them access to relinquishment or rehoming. So they will be coming through your local animal shelter and not being claimed. So this is something we track closely, and it means that there's gaps in services in your community. We track every outcome. We are a no-kill animal shelter, which is a disingenuous word. It means low kill. It means less than 10% are euthanized to be considered no-kill. Our organizational goal is less than 5%, and we are exceeding that. So, I mean, we're below that, which means we're exceeding our expectations. Length of stay we track. This is going to give you an idea of how many kennels your shelter needs to serve the intake pressure of that community. So low length of stay means that you can serve more animals with fewer kennels. It makes you more efficient, so we track that by dogs and cats, by location. These are our return rates, how many pets stay in the home after adoption. And these are some of our other metrics. So we send this to all of our community partners every month. For both of our locations. We're getting a third location, and that will give us even more flexibility. So we, at the time that I had prepared this, 470 free vaccines and microchips, 188 pets spayed and neutered at low cost at that location by the end of May. So that's kind of what we focus on doing. As far as our finances, you know, we're only 6 months into a 3-year contract, so a lot of this was guesstimating, and we've actually come up pretty close to what we thought. So we're a little bit behind on our revenue. That is because of some government partnerships we don't have that we thought we might have by now, but we do feel like we're still going to secure all those relationships, just not as soon as we thought we would. And then we're ramping up our fundraising, and we are the grant writing. So one of the reasons that we wanted to serve more animals and have more of these locations is that the more animals we serve, the more grant funding we're eligible for, and that has been the story of the evening, is grant funding. For us, it's animals served, and you can count all the programs we do, but by grouping shelters together, we are serving a higher number of animals as an organization. That means we're available to get more grant funding, but we haven't had a full calendar year to prove that yet. So we're hoping that next year is when we'll see the increase in the grant funding come in. So the request we're asking for, as Rena had mentioned, is the request outlined in our agreement.
There was also a request for renovations.
Yeah.
There was a note in there about donations already on hand, so that's money held elsewhere won't have a financial impact?
Correct. We have a trust that there's a fund that will make these repairs with.
I do appreciate you wanting to phase that too, to how it goes.
And that was, I really wanted to bring this up here for two reasons. I may not get another opportunity in front of you, for 6 months, and I don't want to just jump it on you. And then also in the contract negotiations, it was asked a lot of whether or not our organization felt that the existing facility could serve a high capacity of animals. And our response was, let us get in there, let us put our programs in there, let us not spend a bunch of money fixing something or expanding something until we can really analyze things like length of stay, intake pressure, all the buzzwords. Now that we're in there, we do anticipate there being a capacity issue on the dog side. We don't want to get into a place where we don't have access to relinquishment here in Manhattan, and then you're getting animals turned loose that are then be causing, public safety issue. We don't want to get to the point where the animal control officers can't bring us a stray dog because we're so full. We need to serve as many communities as we can. We don't want that to result in turning away citizens of Manhattan who have funded this building for so long. But we have access to grant funding, and I know there is some donations being held. So we more wanted to bring that up as I hope there's chance for a future discussion about that. It probably doesn't need to be a tonight talk.
I'm sorry, because I wasn't involved in the turnover. What are we still selling dog tags at the city, or no?
We do that for you.
You do that?
Yeah.
And what percentage of dogs have tags? I know that's just, are we seeing?
It's a pretty low compliance, and that's not just a Manhattan thing. Yeah, there's been some cities that we work with that have moved to an exemption ordinance. So it means here's your city tag ordinance, here's everyone who needs a tag, here are the animals that don't need a tag, spayed and neutered, microchipped, rabies vaccinated. And then you're almost deregulating it for your high-performing pet owners, and then you're only applying it on those animals that really are going to cause a problem in your community. A microchip almost means there's less need for a dog tag. So some cities have moved towards that, and compliance obviously goes way up because you can immediately exempt a bunch of your animals in your community.
But we don't know if dogs have had their rabies shots and those kinds of things then if we don't sell dog tags, or?
Well, there's still a city ordinance to have a rabies vaccination. So right now you're relying on people to voluntarily bring that to the shelter and say, I have a rabies vaccination. You can enforce that without requiring that of the citizen. But the ordinances that I see that allow for exemptions, a certificate of exemption is a rabies certificate with a microchip number and a spay-neuter status on it. That is what a citizen would show to say I'm exempt.
So dog owners have to drive out to the shelter to get
They can do it online.
Okay.
Yeah, they can do it on the website. And then we have little flyers in the vet clinics that have the QR code, and they can purchase them right there in the vet clinic on their cell phone.
Yeah, I know we suggested perhaps that the vets could be in charge of that a little bit and got a lot of pushback, but I'd still like to look at that again, because when you take your dog in for all the shots and that kind of thing, what does a dog tag cost?
It's like $15.
$15, to get it all done in one visit.
Yeah.
They just didn't want the paperwork.
Yeah, I think we just raised it.
We just raised the fee.
Yeah,
the cost of administering the program was higher than the revenue being generated, so we did that. They don't have high compliance in any community. Yeah. There's no way to make people really want to pay that tax. Citizens rarely see value in it, which is what we've seen.
I know last year when I got my dog vaccinated, when we left the vet, we had the form already filled out. I just had to put it in the mail, and it was easy. But now we can do it online, which is great.
You can do it online, yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any would anyone care to make public comment on any of the presentations that have been made thus far this evening?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gary Olds. I live at 3308 Frontier Circle. I don't think I'd call myself a geek, but this was kind of interesting. Just as an ordinary citizen listening to these presentations of some of the outside agencies. And I just want to emphasize that 99.9% of the time when I'm up here, I'm talking about property taxes. And I just want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding My concern is property taxes. Now, I realize that the general fund consists of property taxes and sales tax. So when these few organizations that are funded from general funds, there's no slicing up of, well, you got this much out of the sales tax portion and you got this much out of the property tax portion, because it's all, as I understand it, it's all in one big bucket. Is that correct? I think it is.
90% of the general fund is not property tax. 10% is.
Yeah, right. It's a relatively small portion. And I just want to review something for those that still might be watching, and you guys probably know this much better than I do, but it's important for the public to understand that for the current year that we're in, with a mill levy of 48.928, as I understand it, if I have my numbers correct, the city itself operates on approximately 15.2 mills. Now, think about that. I'm excluding RCPD because the citizens don't have a voice. They don't have elected officials as a full board. A couple of them are appointed, so there's no election of those officials as Riley County board members, Riley County Police board members. And the library has its own funds, and I think there's debt service and other fire equipment that are levied. But I think it's just important that the citizens understand that as magnificent as this city is, on whatever spectrum you want to use, that you're running a multi-million-dollar business on 15.2 mills. Let that sink in for a minute for those that are listening. Now, I'm not an advocate of more property taxes, don't get me wrong. And paying for things with other areas is good by me. But remember, if you're buying products in the city of Manhattan, you're really helping the city of Manhattan, because the lion's share, or beyond the lion's share, of revenue is sales tax revenue. So when you stop consuming whatever it is in Manhattan, which we won't, I mean, not when we have, what, 7 home football games every year and basketball and everything else, which is a real blessing. But I just want to point that out. And I appreciate the fact that some of you are thinking about how do we fund these agencies and not use general funds. Continue to use TGB and continue to use other revenue streams. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Commissioners, do you have any comments or discussion that you would like to offer? My understanding is that we have several options. We can either move tonight to accept the funding requests, or we can continue this discussion to consider some of the opportunities to use other funds for some of these requests. Is that so?
Specifically, we're looking for feedback, especially for SSAB and special alcohol. Those are budget funds that we'd like to get those established so they can start their work. Those will be returned to you later in the fall. And then, as Jared mentioned, contracts at the end of the year. The remainder of the requests that are outlined tonight, you can give us your feedback tonight. You can wait and hear more information from other entities that are also using similar resources. We've got the Chamber and CVB coming July 23rd. We've got utilities yet to cover. August is typically a month where commissioners start to wrap it all together and give some guidance on what they want to publish for a budget in September.
Well, I'd say most of the things that were presented I'm comfortable with, but need to go over this other part of the budget to see where we might be able to use transient guest tax for some of that, or where we might be able to use it instead of cutting expenses or raising taxes, how we might be able to shift some of that over. My target on the property tax is 6%. That's revenue of just what the city controls. So for the social services, I'd be willing to do a 6% on that, be it unless we say we want to use it to offset something in the budget. And now on the special alcohol, usually we're looking at the estimate that's going to come in on that and kind of go with that estimate. There is that large reserve building up, so that could be a consideration if we want to include any more of that. But I know historically we kind of said, okay, here's what we think it's going to be, give them that, and then the reserves there in case there's any slip-ups in that estimate. And I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think that we should be careful with the reserves since we've got that position at the jail, and I think we should try and keep that position and fund that as much as we can. I had a question about, or I was curious about, if we could explore. I mean, the funding for DMI and ABA. Could we look at economic development fund for those, or?
So the economic development in 2023, the tax is split between 70%, 20%, 10. 70% infrastructure, 20% job creation, 10% workforce housing. It's the 2002 and the 2012 questions that were much broader.
Okay.
And really open for a lot of interpretation. Past commissions adopted multiple resolutions on what their intent was, but the question itself left a lot for interpretation. The 70, 20, 10, those are there in terms of
sure.
Those definitions.
Do we have much money left in that old one?
We've been moving a lot of it into bond and interest to debt service projects that were related to infrastructure enhancements. A lot of North Manhattan Avenue, that first $6 million we spent on North Manhattan from Claflin to Kimball, a lot of that's been pegged. We do need to, you do have some flexibility with some of the IC money that's coming back. That's a building we constructed on campus. K-State's buying that back. They're making a $457,000 payment annually through 2030. Originally, we had targeted that back towards some of that infrastructure on North Manhattan because it's located in that general area. Your bond and interest fund is pretty healthy now. It's got a lot of revenue coming into it. Doesn't mean you won't spend it eventually, but if you wanted to repurpose some of that money through 2030, you would have some flexibility there.
Could we just have some information about, talking 2030, how many dollars are we talking about and where is it going? I just want to see a printout of what we've promised, what we have, what we expect to come in, that kind of thing. How long have we indebted the city university funds for Kimball and those improvements?
It was a 20-year commitment.
All of the funds every year?
$500,000 for 20 years.
$500,000?
For 20 years, $10 million total.
Because I thought we were bringing in more than that.
We are.
So where is the other money going?
A lot of it's going to North Manhattan, to the project you're driving through and being detoured around right now between Bluemont and Claflin, installing the signals that are going across the road. So that'll be tied up for 3 more years, Jared.
So basically we've given away all opportunity to partner with the university on things that would help students and
making improvements around campus with that.
Well,
there'll be funding available in future years. We, the City Commission, allocated funding from 2020 through 2024 to this North Manhattan Avenue project. So annually moving forward, the fund will accumulate beyond the $500,000 that Jason's describing.
So for the
it'll probably be around $250,000 to maybe $300,000 that the city university fund will have in excess of that North Campus Corridor commitment that the city and the university will be able to use on those mutually beneficial projects.
It would be interesting then if we could talk to the university and see if we once again could have K-State students ride free on Attibus with some of those funds, because we have a lot of international students who really need bus service, and you know, just do some things that are not just paving Kimball.
Yeah, we're happy to give you updates on city university funds and economic development funds.
Sorry, when you're talking about the economic development funds, Peter, with your question, we're looking really at that 70%, the infrastructure, because there's 10 for workforce housing and 20 for jobs already. So, I mean,
the education on the public infrastructure really focused on North Campus and Aggieville. There's massive multi-million-dollar projects in both areas of our community that roughly $5 to $6 million a year for 10 years, 50 to 60 million overall were targeted.
When we were discussing tax abatements for the low-income housing, Commissioner Butler was referencing, I believe, the 2012 economic development tax. Is that still relevant? Are there still funds coming in from that?
There are balances in those funds, and again, we can provide you history on all those funds, money in, money out. They obviously, you know, if the revenue's coming back, it's a situation where somebody's paying us back for some other venture that we were in. Most like right now, that's predominantly NISTAC and the KSUIC building repayment that K-State's making and buying that building.
So what building is this?
It's KSUIC building. It's formerly NISTAC. It's in the research park at K-State, right off North Manhattan.
It's right next to the
Kansas Department of Ag.
Yeah, and
Montvale.
The public housing.
Kent Glasscock's building.
Yeah. So for the special alcohol, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't go with the projection. It's probably not. It's not much higher than it was last year, and yeah, I think it is helpful to give that committee a number. It sounds like it's written into the contracts with the organizations that like this money may not be available or all of it may not be available. So that kind of relieves us from having to pull out of the general fund for that. So
You wouldn't do that.
yeah.
So Peter, I don't have those figures in front of me. What's the estimate?
550,000.
Oh, okay, I do have that. Right. Do we need to take a motion on that?
I don't think so.
Commissioners, how do the rest of you feel about that?
I think special alcohol. Special alcohol is supposed to go to special alcohol. I mean, you know, that's
the amount.
we have to.
We just got to figure it out.
The committee has to make sure that they all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just asking for the basic amount. Do you feel comfortable with that 550,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And then from SSAB, any increases there?
Well, John suggested 6%. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just last year plus 6%.
Everybody's good with that?
I'm not necessarily good with that. I'm not trying to hate on those programs at all. I just that's a large chunk of money coming out of general fund, and I understand that other organizations depend on that for their operations. It's also something the city depends on for their operations. So it's tough for me to say the city has to cut X, Y, and Z and not look at everything. It's probably a pretty heartless take on it, but also, you know, we were presented some options tonight of cutting X amount of staffing from the some, I don't want to say theoretical, but some options of cutting staffing, and that's a significant chunk that could change things.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Jamie. I'd kind of had the same thought where, you know, on one hand, yes, I understand the requests for increased pay and things like that. But then on the other hand, we're looking at, you know, freezing pay for general city staff. So how do we justify that with city staff of you're not getting a pay raise, but all the police officers are, all of the library employees will as well, but you know the folks that work in this building won't. So you know, it's either, to me, you know, do we either give everyone increases or no one? That, you know, that's really kind of the more fair and the more fair way to look at it. So I don't know what. I don't know, John. Where did you come with your 6% increase target?
It's just basically when I always look at the budget and I get a feel with the community of what I think revenue property tax increase will be. This is kind of a high number for me.
Sure.
As I say, 6%. I set a goal.
Just based on valuation.
Yeah, yeah. So I can't put it in a mill levy because I don't know what the valuation is. But if the valuation was 0, then it would be, you know, 6. It would be 6%. If the valuation is 6%, we're there. We're there. It's a no mill levy increase.
Okay, so you're saying you look at what you kind of think the valuation is going to be.
No, I look at valuation. I'm looking at what I'm saying I'm willing to put on the taxpayer.
Okay.
And so I'm saying I'm willing to put 6. Actually, I'm saying I'm willing to put more than 6% because the police department is 6.8. So that's probably, if we go at 6, it's probably going to average out with the library maybe at 6.5% total revenue increase.
Where do you come up with that though? Is it just vibes?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying, well, what do you think is reasonable to tell people their property tax is going up?
Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
But the one thing I did say about this, because I totally understand what Jamie's saying, I said if we're, you know, looking at it in a vacuum, I'd say 6% because that's the target I mentioned. But it's almost like having to go through this first before finally committing to that to say, hey, are we making these draconian cuts? Or are we saying we're going to like not give raises, but we're donating money to nonprofits? It's just a decision we have to have to make.
I can understand the difficulty of trying to decide what we're going to do with SSAB at this point. You know, I mean, basically. But I do think we should not feel that this is just sort of being generous people donating. This is keeping people off the streets, out of our, you know, they're out of our jails, out of our helping people with family crises that will cost us many more dollars down the road if we can't. And
I totally understand. Yeah. It's just, but at the same time, you know, the citizens can donate to that. We're
and
deciding
a lot of them do within those funds have major fundraisers to support their organizations.
And they all have major fundraisers, but we also, all those dollars go to staff every time, and they depend on us terribly.
No, I get it. And if the majority wants to go with that, we can, you know, go with the 6%. But I'm just. Yeah, well, saying that's the decision.
I just think we could put the 557 thing in there now, and I mean at this point we don't have to. Really.
So I don't know that I'm at the 557 number. If we're talking about city cuts and staffing cuts right now, it's hard for me to not say that everything in there takes a similar percentage cut. You know, if we're going to reduce personnel, I don't know that that's where we're going to get, but if we're going to reduce city personnel by a certain percentage, or that fund by a certain percentage, I think that those cuts can go across the board, which is a small amount. I mean, it's a smaller dollar amount, but that's where I'm at on that.
Jamie, would it help you to see where those dollars went last year?
I mean, I see where they went in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the 2024 numbers. I pulled the 2024 budget sheets. We've got Be Able, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, Crisis Center, Flint Hills Community Clinic, Home Care and Hospice, Kansas Legal Service, KSU Child Development Center, Manhattan Emergency Shelter, Morning Star, Shepherd's Crossing, Sunflower Casa, and Thrive. I'm not saying that those aren't worthy organizations and valuable organizations. I'm just saying that the city is also a valuable organization, and I think it's just tough for me to go and make significant cuts, but then carve out a portion and say it's okay. You don't have to make a cut. We're just gonna make it all go this other way. When I mean, that's my personal opinion. And when it comes down to it, if it goes between a vote, I mean, that's how that will go. I don't know what that magic number is though, because to John's point, like I think we have to look a little bit more through the budget and to me decide what we're doing. And if it looks like it's fine and we have the funds for it and we can do 6%, I think that that's great. I just would like to see, I would like us to have the next discussion and then potentially come back to this one.
And I think it's the same with the transient guest tax. That's why I asked the question before. Because if the transient guest tax is all by itself, we can't do anything with it, I'm pretty comfortable with the funds that we're doing. But if we can use it for some other things that are going to make us not have to do cuts, it's the same. Yeah. It's the same argument.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of get the feeling maybe we should go to the next item on the. It just kind of rolls into the next item. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, you are in charge of the meeting, but it just kind of feels like this is a good transition point.
It's fine.
And just kind of talk about.
I thought Jason was leaving us. I thought he was done with this and was leaving.
Finally at 9 o'clock.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. A couple documents that are out there for you to peruse. Found an attachment from GFOA. Cash is king, and in times where it's lean, it's about preserving your cash. And it's about cash leaving and just never coming back. They recognize how important cash balances are, but they also recognize all the things that cities do. They're hard decisions. They're always hard, but keeping that cash in the coffers sometimes presents some real challenges. The strategic plan, I provided another link to that. It was a pretty rigorous process. A 5-year strategic plan, had never had one in our community. We laid out some pretty lofty goals that are going, would require a lot of budget support to reach them. The reality is we have a $37 million general fund. 70% of that comes from our personnel. That's about $1 million per pay period. There are 26 of those throughout the year. We're looking for guidance and direction through the remainder of this year. We're also looking for guidance and direction on 2025, trying to sustain some certain level of service to the community. First and foremost, and we've had this conversation before, is $10 million the cash balance target? Historically, it hasn't been. Historically, it's been significantly less than that. Our cash balance is extremely important when it comes to our rating agencies and it comes to the debt that the city issues. There are key things that they look for: cash balance in the general fund, cash balance in your bond and interest, cash balance in your utilities. It reflects where the community and the governing body is willing to fund the operation and keep a security around for events that none of us can predict. Currently, we're projected in the year between $6 and $7 million. We do have $4 million in ARPA. We can look at personnel reductions. It's not a place where we like to go. I'll give you some other options here from a revenue stream to fund people and services here a little bit later in the presentation. But it does start to get into things we have never really done at the city. We've always left those funds untouched. Others have obviously come to you and been funded out of them. But if we're going to start mirroring some of those actions, there's legitimate reasons to get into both of those topics. If we start the year with $10 million and we want to maintain it, and we've used the ARPA in 2024 or beginning of 2025, we really have to start looking at our personnel and other considerations. It just simply doesn't pan out in terms of projected revenues and expenditures. We have 334 employees in the general fund, roughly $26 million in payroll, a $4 million reduction from the 2023 actuals would realize our current revenue projections for 2024 and a flat projection for 2025. That $4 million has to come out of that expenditure to meet the revenue projections. And those are flat. And I'm getting more information every day from finance that our sales tax are flat, if not declining. We experienced 2 years of 7% increases in 22 and 23. They bolstered some of our funds, but our sales tax are flat, if not declining, in the first 5 months of this year. That's a significant revenue stream for the city, and it puts us behind the curve when it comes to when we look at expenditures and revenues. If our revenues are declining, our expenditures are not. Everything is more expensive, including our people. Most of the options that we're going to describe or discuss, that $4 million, it doesn't even include like cutting vehicles. We've already done that. It doesn't include like, oh, no equipment. We've already done that. That's off the table. No capital improvements. We've already moved them off the table. No new positions. Pretty much moved those off the table as of March. Hiring freeze on vacancies, that would be an additional action through the end of the year. No pay increases for 2025, possibly 26 and 27. Those are reality checks along the way. Reset expectations on the delivery of services. Reducing us by $4 million is significant, and you'll see that in the next few slides. 70 people, that's what it would take to get to a $4 million cut in the general fund. That's across 9 departments. It's significant in terms of the services that we provide. It's significant in the initiatives that we tackle as a community. I did give you corresponding furlough percentages and what that would look like from a 10% and a 20% reduction in the work week as an equivalent to that $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, and $4 million. If you asked me to pick one tonight, I would go furlough routes. I would not cut people. Those are not going to be popular. I don't know how unpopular they're going to be, but eliminating 70 people or 60 people or 47 people from the organization, I know the productivity will stop. It will take a severe blow. Working a 36-hour week, 10% reduction in pay, 10% reduction in expenditure, I believe productivity would stay relatively close to what we have. Here's the reality I'll give you.
To leave their jobs.
What's that?
If those people don't choose to leave their jobs.
Absolutely. But we'd be on the cutting edge of a 36-hour work week with the new pay, for a new recruitment. So, yeah. I'm not sure they'd like that. But in terms of what we would be offering for a wage. The reality is we're about split down the middle from an exempt, non-exempt status as an employee. So that's around $50,000 from a salary perspective. Everybody over 50 gets into an exempt status. So what does that mean? It means a lot of us work over 40 hours a week. A lot of us put 45 in. A lot of us put 50. There are some that put 55 and some that put 60 in. There are evenings and weekends you can come up here and the same vehicles are in the parking lot. They work tirelessly for this organization and the community. going to a 36-hour week, I'm not sure you're going to get that anymore. Those are realities that come with entertaining those options. But when we're looking at this amount of money and staying within the general fund and really looking at those revenues and expenditures that come in, I appreciate Mr. Olds bringing it up. 15 mills, it's actually 6 in the general fund. 6 mills times $723,000, that's $4.2 million on an annual basis, and we spent $39 million last year. It's 10%. 90%'s got to come from revenues. The 5 of you can't predict, and we can't predict either. If we ran entirely on mill levy and we get 4 to 6%, you wouldn't hear from me very much. We know exactly where we're going. We know how to get there. But we sit there and ride the wave every year, and it's why I had some people this morning at the chamber event ask me, Jason, how's it going to go tonight? I was like, it's like Groundhog Day. I feel like I've given this presentation 10 times in the last 10 years. We're difficult to predict, but people want consistent services, and that's our struggle. Any questions on this? Mill levy, sales tax, those are, public's got to vote on sales tax. You can throw it out there. You're at 1% right now from a permanent in nature. There's a statute that governs what we can go to, and that's 2%. We're at 1. We've been at 1 since 1983. Been doing pretty good with it. I mean, when you double your sales tax between 2006 and 2013, you're doing pretty good. It's flattened lately. It varies. It's hard to predict. Mill levy, very predictable, very sustainable. But that's what you're looking at, between 1 million and 4 million for each of those. There's the ballot question. We've kicked this around for a couple years. We've been talking to the commission prior to COVID, post-COVID, about a sales tax that would help with operations. Like I said, you got 1% capacity. It's been since '83 since we've passed a permanent in nature sales tax. We've talked internally about this being a 20-year tax, not permanent in nature. Actually give it a life, set the date, highlight what you're going to do in 20 years. Move MHK being presented last week, I think you got a feel of over $200 million worth of projects. This 1 cent over 20 years wouldn't be able to fund $200 million worth of projects. But it would give the department an opportunity to isolate itself, fund itself, and fund capital improvements for the next 20 years, up to and including an indoor aquatics facility.
Just a question on that, because talking about the 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were to do that idea to put Parks and Rec in there, you would then in 20 years say, unless you want to get rid of Parks and Rec.
You'd be looking at a renewal.
Yeah.
Yep. You would. We've talked about the net 0.75, the 0.25 that's currently out there, we could rescind in the event it would pass, and then you could use that first year's revenue to go ahead and finish up the balance at Seco and the trails. We wouldn't plan on issuing any debt for any of the facilities or the improvements out of Park and Rec with that cash approach. It would accumulate cash over time, and operate much like the enterprise funds do. And it'd be something that would be presented to the governing body every year. If the economics of it would work out, much like an enterprise fund, every other department is sitting there supporting it. There's a transfer from the enterprise fund back to the general fund. You could structure your Park and Rec very similarly. If it's generating good revenue and there's a lot of services being provided, which there would be, from HR and legal and clerk's office and finance, you could look at a transfer back to the general fund for that assistance. It also frees up $5 to $8 million a year with that scenario that you could plug back into the general fund. That's the operating subsidy. It's ranged anywhere from $4 million to $8 million in the last 6 years in terms of what Park and Rec generates from a revenue standpoint and what it costs to run that department. Our cash balance, it's not 11 million. If you got the Richmond report, it's 8.5 million or 8.6. It's dropping by the month. And again, are we looking at a $10 million floor? We expect it to be between 6 and 7 by the end of the year. I'm extremely cautious about going below 10. I just know how hard it is to build it back. Because either you're coming into a lot of cash at once, or you were just dedicated to raise the revenue stream and dedicate it back to it. We hovered around 1.3 to $3.2 million as a cash balance for an entire decade between 2010 and 2020. It was the most uncomfortable time for us financially because we were one event away from a cash balance operating a general fund easily in the $25 to $30 million range. It was just extremely uncomfortable. If we're going to get into cuts and we're going to get into reduction in personnel and services, our growth-related initiatives, our internal resources will be very strained and stressed. And that obviously depends on the strategy you're willing to go down. But you can look at each of these topics and with 70 less people, 60 less people, 50 less people, we're going to have a hard time reacting and promoting and working on these things and putting Manhattan in a position where it can grow. Housing incentives. I don't know how we can continue to do that and facilitate any type of work in community development with subdivisions, with zonings, with different actions, planning studies. We're moving all that. We're moving all that to the out years. East 24, I'm not sure how we can continue to even talk about providing services out there with additional fire stations, 20 new employees. How can we invest in infrastructure and plan and get really a lot of resources dedicated to this area? I'll say the same thing about going west. I'll say the same thing about going north or south. This is about retracting, taking care of what we have, minimizing our exposure, minimizing our time on exploration, and just starting to take care of just the basic services of Manhattan.
Now, Scorpius, I think, is being delisted right now from the stock exchange. What funds are committed for that?
There are no funds committed.
It's just a theoretical on paper to basically from the new revenue streams coming in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There was a resolution passed of intent. We had a package that was drafted between us and Scorpius. The state did. We did. We passed that draft on to the county. They were in for a certain amount. We were in for a certain amount based on everything they had presented.
But the need for the fire station and doing some of that's lessened because
yes, absolutely. But there's opportunity along 24. Obviously, the study, even at your last city county meeting, you got into discussions about where the corridor could go and the $175,000 to help with that study. Again, it's just difficult for the city to get out there and advance itself from a growth-related strategy when at the same time we're retracting financially and with personnel. So those things are just going to be difficult. They have to be prioritized. You know, there may be some of these things you want us to continue to do if we have the resources, but we're going to have to give somewhere else. Infrastructure, just pausing. Incentive packages. I spend a lot of my time working with developers and builders, constantly coming in and exploring what they can and can't do. We bring a lot of them right before you, asking for IRB, sales tax exemptions, looking for incentives any way they can. There's interest in Manhattan, but there's also interest in incentives. And if you look at most cities across Kansas who are advancing themselves, they are offering those packages. They are putting those things out there. They are taking the short-term hit to get the long-term gain. And those are the types of strategies that we see that are effective. We've been part of those strategies in the past. It'll be difficult to continue to do those things.
We've been part of those strategies, and now we're here. So that's
you heard the same presentation this morning I did.
I know. I understand the theory behind it, but the reality is here we are.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you heard a lot from your outside agencies tonight. I mean, I think Rena gave you a table that showed $7 million going out of the city to fund all those outside agencies. And here we are with a $4 million gap. Transient guest tax, we passed a charter ordinance and we increased that rate to 7.5%. We've done it 2 or 3 times since I've been at this city, and each time that rate has gone up for a purpose. But the charter ordinance is fairly general in how the city and the commission can allocate those dollars. When you think about tourism, and you think, I mean, even debt service can be utilized with those dollars, and we have with the conference facility. We helped build that thing, got into a relationship with HCW, funded the construction, getting payments from them over time for that facility. They operate it, they manage it, but those relationships are, over a decade old. Now we've got a $2.75 million projection. We got $1 million in that cash balance. There are services we provide that fall within those categories and fall within those definitions. We've talked about even parking services, the 2 garages that facilitate a lot of tourism. We've talked about fulfilling that gap, which I believe was $500,000 to $600,000 last year, roughly. We got a lot of parks staff that are out in our Addyville and in downtown helping make it beautiful and working on the plants, working on the trees. Yes, Karen, what do you have for me?
Originally, we dedicated 1 cent of the transient guest tax to the Discovery Center.
No, we didn't.
We didn't?
No, it wasn't.
Beginning?
It wasn't a full cent.
Okay. We did. We delegated a certain percentage, but that then disappeared. What was the philosophy behind that? Because that seemed to me to be a good way of funding the Discovery Center. The
Discovery Center was originally contemplated 2% from a TGT tax. It did have 2. So we ended up with about $250,000, $260,000 a year that we were taking from TGT and putting it to the Discovery Center. For so many years in a row, the hoteliers came and really were upset with us, complained about it, didn't like it. We switched it between Annenberg Turf, which was a debt service payment, and they were fine with that. They could, I guess, relate with the softball and baseball players who were coming in their hotel, and that's where that money was going to help support the turf, and they could play in conditions and weather that most people couldn't. It seemed to satisfy them. And you saw the same 2 or 3 hoteliers at every budget season complaining about it. As soon as we switched it, $260 went to turf, and we moved special park and rec funds into the Discovery Center. That discussion seemed to go away, that angst. So yeah, you can move it in a lot of different directions. But yeah, we've looked at parking services and we've looked at parks as options that help create an environment where our visitors are interacting and experiencing within the community.
Hey, speaking of parking services, this is somewhat off topic but somewhat related. The office space in the Aggieville garage, what are we doing with that?
So the office that they're in, or the empty space around the corner?
The empty space.
Yeah, we have about 4,000 square feet. We at one time talked about a police substation. That didn't go over with the county. And then we looked at some alternatives for startup and incubator space in partnership with the Chamber and K-State IC. Those relationships obviously never materialized. We didn't come back. We were out for a grant. We got a grant. The design and the desire of the space switched. We tried to preserve the grant. We ended up turning that grant back.
Can we just lease it?
Sure.
Like at market rate?
There's a guy across the street trying to do the same thing.
Okay.
It's how much do we want to compete in that environment? There was a lot of discussion early when we put the space, even in the design, that it would be more public in nature and not compete with Aggieville and some of the businesses down there and some of the owners who are investing. So I just want to be sensitive to that too and remind you of that discussion and some of those acknowledgments.
Okay.
But it is available and it could be finished and it could be a revenue stream.
Okay.
Yep. Economic development dollars, and we can provide you a more detailed report. Happy to do that. We have a lot of past economic development reports online, but we can give you a breakdown of all the O2 money, how it was spent, if any is still coming back in. 2012 money, same thing. Historically, we have used some of the economic development dollars to pay for staff in the city manager's office and in legal. And even today, the $500,000 contract you have with the chamber is paid for from the jobs creation portion of the sales tax. So there is a precedent for using those dollars to facilitate staffing in areas of those economic development categories. So if you look at the 70% from a public infrastructure perspective, none of my time, none of Brian Johnson's time, none of Rob Ott's time, none of Ken Hayes' time, none of legal's time and finance time has ever been used for that $50+ million project we did on North Campus. We've never used economic development funds to pay for our staff to facilitate all those processes and all that construction. You can say the same for Aggieville. We've never used that money out of that 70% to facilitate the $15 million garage, the North Manhattan improvements, the 12th Street improvements, all the planning, all the energy and effort that went into that. We've never used it to pay for staff. You could. We clearly do with other pieces and parts of it. Workforce housing, 10%. You've got a community development staff, you got a legal staff, you got finance staff, you got city manager's office, who have put in a ton of hours already, and we're going to put a ton of hours in the future putting those packages together. There's $800,000 a year, $8 million over 10 coming for housing. There's $16 million coming for economic development, for job creation, and there's another 50 to 60 coming for public infrastructure. There's money sitting there monthly, annually, that you could divert back to staffing if you wanted to. Problem with it is you run out. And if it's not renewed, much like your question about Park and Rec, now you've got a tremendous amount of staff being funded out of a sales tax. It's a 10-year tax. Will it get renewed? So we've hesitated, and we've tried to avoid that over the years. Maybe we're at a position where we need to stop avoiding it and not use it entirely for those purposes when it comes to all that money going to infrastructure, all that money going towards incentives, all that money going towards a specific housing product. Maybe it is time to start dedicating some of that revenue to people. Chamber and CVB are going to be here July 23rd. They'll outline their needs, their requests, their budgets. We highlighted a little bit earlier where the CVB, where the transient guest tax totals are. There's money there. It's just a matter of how you want to spend it. I will say, and this is the caveat, I mean, there could be a lot of money going towards people. I don't know if that hurts the chance of getting something renewed. You always have to factor in that public perception. But at the same time, do they want their taxes raised for the same service? If taxes are just being built up to pay for something in the future versus the needs that are necessary right now. And we could get into a pretty elaborate tracking system if that's what it would take. But you know, there is a certain percentage of projects that we know our staff spend an inordinate amount of time on. I threw out a possible scenario, just trying to find some middle ground and get some direction from you all. It was a combination of finding $2 million in existing expenses and either cut or trim those or use other resources, as we just talked about. Recapturing growth from last year, that $3 million cut from 52 mils to 48.9, it left a couple $1 million on the table when the community, fully realized growth, and we did not. I really would implore you to grow that mill levy and PD and library if you're going to approve their budgets. You don't really have a choice on PD, but on the library, move that mill levy right with their request and right with what was approved. We've had years where it's been expected of city operations to absorb that growth and reduce mill levies in other places. It has taken its toll over time.
Jason?
Yep.
On the library, aren't we sort of required up to 6 mills?
That's your cap. You're not required to.
Okay.
Can't go over that. We're advocating for the question in November. All their other strategies, short of just cutting 70 people and $4 million, they're hard to sustain. There's one-time opportunities, there's one-time shots. It's just hard to sustain that approach for a decade.
So, I mean, I do think there's 2 different approaches tonight. One's for the remainder of 2024, which is, I kind of want to talk more in detail with that when you're done. But then a different potential sustainable approach, and we can look at the funding sources for that. But so I think in my mind, I keep those conversations very separate. What are we doing to get through this year? Because a lot of that's going to impact what we do for next year in those decisions. So, I appreciate this page that you presented.
Yep, and I'll put that up there in a minute. The reason I keep bringing it up, you have to make a decision on this by August, if you're doing it or you're not doing it. And I think from our purposes and our conversations, the earlier we make that decision, the better. We can turn loose people if it's on the ballot. If it's not on the ballot, we can turn our focus really to a multi-year approach without it. And it's not to say it can't come back next year or the year after, but you're not going to capture 20,000 citizens until 2028 in that manner. You can go to a governor race, but those really vary in turnout, and it does depend on who's running.
So just in speaking of, I think a lot of the feedback we've gotten on that sales tax question, I think one of the difficulties with it is that it's the only option that was presented, as in it's kind of, it feels very much 1% or nothing. And so I think just having more of the, and we've had, I know we've had Aaron, Jason, like we've all had those conversations, but having those conversations and talking about, I'll say alternatives or different things. I understand that's losing indoor aquatics.
Yeah.
Because those are 2 different things. When we're talking about some general fund expenditures, that's a different percentage than if we're wanting indoor aquatics. And just trying to gauge some of the feedback that we've gotten so that if we're going somewhere, I strongly think if we're putting something on the ballot, we need to put something on there that we think will pass. I think that's what we need to do. And so I think in workshopping that with the alternatives will be really important. I appreciate us getting this going now and not waiting till August to have those discussions.
Yep. And with that decision, regardless, we got to approach 2024 and 2025, assuming a no in November. We can't assume a yes. It's there could be a scenario with a yes that gives relief, gives you, an out. It allows that one-time insertion of cash to be one time, but you're still going to be back here in 2025 having conversations. So tonight, really trying to dial in preferences and cash balances. I show you a scenario, and I'll bring it up here in a minute. You have it in front of you that actually dips down to 8, but then has a strategy to get it back to 10. And over time, if we commit to that strategy, it can be realized. But I'm not naive. I know it's hard. It's hard to bind future commissions and future circumstances to raise revenues. It's very difficult. The decision you have in front of you, we all know, is about 2025. I will tell you from a staffing perspective and from things we work on that take 5, 7, sometimes 10 years to do, where the commission's at and where they're heading gives us a lot of momentum. And it keeps us pointed in the direction that you all, I think, really prefer us to be in when you do pass your budgets and find those revenue streams. Reductions, we're gonna start holding back. We just have to. We got to retract. It's just a natural reaction. So, looking for input feedback on reductions. Looking for input feedback on those alternatives for other funding streams, one-time or multi-year type of strategies when it comes to revenue streams that you all control. These are at your discretion. You have ultimate control, and just like I said tonight, you could go $0 on some allocations, or you can double down. That's really at your discretion. We're going to bring you back options based on your preferences, but we're looking for a consensus. We're looking for a majority to provide us direction on what types of options you'd like to see in the future. What you have in front of you is a general fund forecast, and I'll walk through some of these assumptions at the bottom because they are absolutely critical to understanding what's going on. This assumes $4 million in ARPA moved into the general fund by the end of the year. It also assumes we're going to continue to have $1 million in savings or other revenue streams coming into the general fund to offset those expenditures. We have a 2025 assumption. An additional $2 million in revenues are identified, in addition to another $2 million in reduction in expenditures and or finding other revenue streams to supplement those expenditures. There's another $2 million anticipated in 2026. What that does is it finally levels us off in 2026 with expenditures and revenues. We provide you the 10-year history of revenues, of expenditures in the general fund, and how sales tax and the mill levy played in that scenario from 2014 to 2023. This gives you a pretty good idea of just how flat revenues have been and how relatively flat our expenditures have been. Obviously, the one-time money arrived, and you can see the 2022 actuals and the 2023 going from $31 million in expenditure to $39. It's just a massive increase when it comes to the vehicles, the equipment, the people. It's our operation. We've scaled back and we're targeting 38. That's even in light of the 7.5% that the staff received as of January 1, either in a 4% COLA or a 2.5% to 4% step increase throughout this year. That's obviously being ratcheted down and projected 2025. And again, trying to level out those revenues and expenditures to balance, and then growing those revenues and expenditures by 3% is the last assumption that starts to grow that cash balance into the $10 million mark by 2030. So this is one scenario. This is one strategy. It, like I said, it drops that cash balance even with a $4 million insertion from ARPA to an $8 million 2025 projected number.
Which that $4 million would only, do we need to set that like target cash balance and then the ARPA would just offset? So if for some reason revenues are up, it would only be a $3 million transfer.
We have to commit that money by the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have to commit it. It doesn't mean it has to move into the general fund, but we got to commit it. And it could sit there and trickle in, but we have to take some action on how to use the remaining $4 million in ARPA.
These additional revenues down in the assumptions, is that just from any stream?
Yeah.
I mean, so really it could be valuation increases, things like that. But again, it could be. That's depending on something that's out of our control.
Valuation increases could be there, but capturing those and yeah, mill levies are. You don't have a lot of levers. You just don't. The lever you can pull by September is traditionally property taxes. You can set yourself up for votes on sales tax. You can give us direction to go ahead and go do fees at market rate and increase by inflation. We've given commissions in the past that analysis. We've shown it to them. You get a lot of special interest groups showing up concerned about fees going up. There are other communities out there doing very high development fees. They're taking any opportunity they can with somebody investing in a multi-million-dollar project, adding percentages, and they're kicking that money back into the operation. There are all kinds of strategies to raise fees. raising $2 million worth of fees, those users might have a little bit of heartache. But where Aaron's been talking to you about where he's headed with Park and Rec and getting that cost recovery higher and having people pay to get in and use our facilities at a market rate, that's where he's headed. I mean, he's reducing expenditures, he's increasing revenues, he's trying to generate a smaller subsidy. The Park and Rec department is the closest thing we have to a business in terms of providing a service people are willing to come and pay for. And we structure that in a way that's more competitive, we can increase that cost recovery. The other services we provide, people going upstairs, working with community development, putting those zoning apps in, yeah, there's fees. We've raised those recently. They've generated a little bit of revenue. Building permit fees, we've tweaked those and adjusted those over time. You just got to pay attention to the user groups because they'll let you know what they think about our fees and how to approach those. But there are some we've made adjustments to. It's a difficult venture. It's not as if we can't come up with a scenario. It's just, do you have the political will to execute it? We also created a handout for you. We can tweak this, but it addresses the cash balance from a $10 million perspective. We look at closing the gap in 2025. We give you the options on the budgets to cut or increase, and that's really just from a mill levy perspective. There are others. Kind of educate a little bit on different scenarios, $1 million here, $3 million there, 2 and 2. And then we go ahead and jump into the Park and Rec sales tax in an effort to generate enough funds to build that indoor aquatics, which again is what we've heard from the community for the last 3 or 4 years, very, very loudly. #1 in our surveys through Move MHK. It's very obvious the community would like to see that amenity. It's expensive. It's expensive to build and it's expensive to run, and that's why it's 1%. If we want to not build indoor aquatics, you do have to consider, as you just stated, Commissioner, will they vote for it? Because they've been telling us they want indoor aquatics for some time. That's why we're here with that question. If we want to focus on revenues for something else and we feel like we can get 51% to show up and vote for it, I'm all ears. I'm trying to tie this into what the community has been telling us they want and are willing to pay for. Because I wish you could increase sales tax rates. That would be magnificent in our community. We rely on them so heavily, but they're not easy. And there are a lot of opinions about what the rate should be. It's 10 till 10. How much more discussion you want to have this evening? I know you asked for the information. We've got other meetings we can get to and have a deliberation. I mean, again, if we can get a cash balance, let's drop it to 8, build it back to 10, and let's focus on this for expenditures, this for revenues. We'll bring you back options.
Well, I do think for this year, though, the longer we put off having the discussions on how to approach the rest of the year, the harder that's going to be to make cuts or decisions, or they're just going to be steeper towards the end of the year. So I think having the discussion about how to approach the rest of this year, to me, is probably the most valuable part at this time. And then letting that soak in a little bit, review some more options for 2025. I have, just while I'm on the mic then, I know I've asked these questions before and you gave me really long answers, so I'm going to ask them here and try to get a shorter, not typed out answer. Fleet management. So how large of a transfer from the general fund goes to fleet management? By this fiscal year, and has it already? I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's already happened.
I believe Rebecca told me this morning, by not making that transfer, we're looking at $1 million difference than last year. So we will realize less expense in 2024 than we did in 2023 by $1 million just on the fleet maintenance side. So our decision not to replace vehicles and buy them this year. Means we're not basically funding a lot of the future purchases. We're kicking everything out. So we're going to have a gap in a year. It's going to net $1 million.
Right. I mean, I know. So my question was, were we planning? I know we've said we weren't buying new vehicles and stuff, but were we still planning to make the transfer to fleet management?
No.
We weren't. That had already came out to get us
correct
from 45 million to 38
in March, recognizing where we were.
Okay.
We made that call.
And then there's some, I get this is a small amount, but there are some lease purchase payments in the general fund. I mean, it's 175,000, 200,000, something like that. Can that come out of fleet management and not out of general fund?
I think our balance in that fund would be, what, 300,000 you said? Maybe at the end?
In fleet management?
We just started this program, so.
Jason, you probably ought to repeat that to the audience at home.
Yeah, we're still paying for staff out of fleet maintenance, so those transfers will continue to happen. But at the end of the year, we anticipate a balance of 300,000 in that fund.
I'd just like to say I think we've been presented with an awful lot of numbers and possibilities tonight, and probably at this point our decisions would maybe not be as sharp as they might be if we started again. And we do still have a number of things coming in, like utilities and that kind of thing. I appreciate all the scenarios, and I'm going to have to go home and think them over.
Oh, one thing I might ask for is for us to consider a policy resolution about the cash balance. It's not binding, but it does at least provide some consistent target in writing for us and for future commissions, whether that be a percentage of the general fund, whatever. Obviously we'd want it to be kind of flexible and not $10 million, because in 10 years, $10 million is probably not going to be enough. Mm-hmm. So we probably want to give some kind of proportional target. But that's just something I think we can make some progress on tonight, maybe, and ask for. And then it kind of settles a little bit of where do we want to be at the end of the year? Where do we want to be next year?
Peter, I think that's a really good suggestion. And I think I've stated previously that I do advocate for us being at about that 10 million level right now with the current budget. I agree it should be written in such a way that it's proportional to 3 months worth of expenditures.
I do think this year we may want to consider going a little bit lower. I mean, not drastically, but maybe into that 8 million range. Just to kind of try and balance some of these things. One thing I'm concerned about when it comes to when we're talking about these personnel, again, like if they leave the city, it takes time for that turnover. And if we're talking about layoffs, I mean, they may leave not just the city as an organization, but the city overall. And so that's property taxes, sales taxes, all of that stuff that is no longer, and people from our community. So again, like when we're talking about these salaries and things like that, we're talking about affecting our neighbors directly, and even the same thing with just cutting down their to 36 hours. That's less disposable income that they're going to have, less property or less sales taxes that we will then realize. So I would really like to try and avoid negatively affecting pay to the staff as much as we can, while recognizing that we are tight, but let's try and find creative ways to avoid negatively affecting the staff.
Well, I believe, yeah.
I believe that Director Pete mentioned that they were spreading out the impact of the salary study over 5 years instead of 3. is that something that we might want to consider?
We're not implementing a pay study at this point in time, and none of the conversations I've had with you about 2025 include pay raises. We had one conversation about where we were with the union and where we might be with staff, but that's obviously before we're getting into these scenarios. Cash balances, they're going to swing these scenarios. If you want to maintain a certain cash balance, there's only so much you're going to be able to do from an expenditure side because your revenues are limited unless you're moving your revenues around.
So the effects of the pay study that was done several years ago have been realized?
Yes,
and
they have.
That's okay.
Yep.
I think also, you know, there are certain positions where we can't cut. I mean, we have to maintain our bond rating and things like that. I mean, you know, we went down in our bond rating because we didn't have enough people in finance to get the 2022 audit done. Sometimes you don't see the cost of not having an employee until, you know, it's later. And I know the number of people we have out at the water treatment plant and all. I mean, you know, we can't let those people go because we wouldn't be living up to EPA standards and that kind of thing. So I just think it's something to consider.
Jason, in your projected 2024 on this thing,
yep,
you've got expenses at 38 million. And you have and your plans are one of those two furloughs, if that's the direction the furlough or the cutting, or is there, if we say get to that 38 million in expenditures, I don't even know if we can say it that way. I mean, that's on the city then to make those decisions, or do we have to be involved in exactly what those decisions are?
We're trending towards 38 million right now. It's going to be very close.
So the discussion with the commission tonight could potentially be, are we comfortable with using that ARPA money to move that 4 million in, understanding that we'd be at 38 million in expenditures and a cash balance of 9.5. So is that one of the questions? Is that the direction, or
that is just
for this year?
That is just the 2024
for this year
scenario we've put out there for this year. Yes.
I hate to say money is burning a hole in our pockets, but it does need to be spent, or it needs to be allocated.
Well, but unfortunately, by moving it to the general fund, and using it for this, it feels like we wasted an opportunity with 4 million. That's a very rough saying. I mean, it's a very critical statement.
Yeah, that was, we can't go back in time.
Correct, we can't.
I think we can just make the best decision for that money now, and I think that putting it into the general fund for that cash balance is the best choice.
Yeah, I'm good with moving the 4 million in there. Also, 8 million was the number I had in mind that to drop down for an interim. I think you're 225, the 2 million additional revenues, 2 billion reduction. Is like to see some scenarios of moving around those revenue streams with the EcoDevo, the infrastructure, the TGT, you know, social services, and maybe even throw in some cost recovery to try to get that number, so it's not a you know, huge tax increase in there to get it. Also, where I'm at as far as the sales tax question is not in November. I think we need to get this stabilized, get the new city manager on staff. And the other thing is, I know they said the community's asking for it, but I don't know if they knew about this budget situation.
Sure.
And to say we got a budget situation, so now we're going to go spend a huge amount of money over that at the same time. It makes it difficult, and I think we need a breather to figure things out. And I don't think it would pass if it was on there.
Yeah, you're right.
So it seems that we do have consensus on asking for a policy resolution to establish a certain percentage or proportion of the general fund to be kept in cash balance.
So, just curious, was there any, like, do we have to make a motion on that? Do we want, I didn't know if there needed to be public comment before.
There will be.
Oh, there will, okay.
Yeah, we would bring back a resolution on an action item.
I have no problem with us making a resolution on that, but the cash basis laws, we can't, further commissioners can do, I mean, they don't have to pay any attention to it. I mean, it's fine to.
Yeah, they don't have to, but it's at least there.
Okay.
Sets precedent.
Yeah.
Shall we open for public comment? So members of the audience may stand and be recognized to come forward. Please sign in. Gary, if you want to make a comment, you're already signed in.
Thank you, Jason. That's very helpful. I just want to make a closing comment. It seems to me that the big issue, well, there's lots of big issues, but the big issue from my perspective is if you had to stand at the coffee shop tomorrow morning and you had to articulate every single city service there is, could you do it? I know I couldn't. From just the ones you mentioned, I never thought about it. I know there's city services, I just never thought about it. But if you ask a citizen to articulate what's a city service, two primary ones are going to come to mind, and the third one is. It's a fire engine going down the street with its sirens on and lights on. It's a police car that's got somebody pulled over, and it's a city worker or workers that are working on a pothole. And so I would encourage you to articulate to the public exactly what city services are specifically, and also as a commission, identify the city services that don't need to be city services. Maybe they've been traditionally city services forever and ever. Now, I'm not picking on these people that I'm going to mention right now, so you've got my address, so this could be bad. But when I was a kid, which would have been in the 60s, to my knowledge, other than Cincinnati, New York, LA, whatever, there were no parks and recreations. There was Babe Ruth baseball, there was YMCA basketball. I didn't grow up here. But Parks and Rec is just something that people wanted, and that's okay. I mean, that's okay, that's fine. It became part of city services. And that's what the people wanted. But are there things there that are city services that I guess we could say from a charter standpoint, when the city was incorporated in 18 whatever, that's the core services, you know, police, fire, and road workers, city workers, pothole fillers. And I just want to put a little bit of time, I'm not going to take all my time. Your comment about passing on the mill levy amount of RCPD, I think is a good idea. Because you can say, and I'm going to make up a number, yeah, your mills went up by 1.5 mills, and it all went to RCPD. Because you don't have a choice. In fact, when the director's standing here, he fully understands that he doesn't report to any of you. He doesn't report to any of the county commissioners. He doesn't even report to others. I mean, because of the way RCPD is structured statutorily on the state level, you know. Interesting thought, but yeah, I'm in for, if I'm going to pay an increase, I think the public needs to know that that's 1.8 million or 1.6 million or whatever it is that came from RCPD. So go to an RCPD board meeting and raise your hand and say, hey, you got to slow down. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? to recap, I believe that the commission has asked for a little bit of time to digest all of this information. I think we've asked for a policy resolution pertaining to the cash balance to be maintained. I think there is some support for the possible scenario that you've provided here, Jason, in the presentation, perhaps not in its entirety, but I think moving in that direction. Anything else to summarize? Okay. Is that good for you all?
Yep.
I believe we've reached. Yes, do we have any city manager briefing?
I don't have anything this evening.
Okay. I might just report that next week on Monday and Tuesday, the search committee will be conducting video interviews for some of the candidates for the city manager position. And we will be narrowing down the field from 10 or 12 to 4, hopefully. And we will keep you informed about that. One other thing, I see Director French here. Would you mind just taking a moment to talk about the upcoming emergency response trainings that are going to be taking place at the schools? I'm sorry, I was just reading your email this afternoon a second time.
We are conducting, we do every summer, a active violence drill with the school district in conjunction with the rest of our emergency service partners. We hold it over a 3-day period and do typically 6 different scenarios. To be honest with you, I cannot remember what school we're doing it at, and I cannot remember the exact dates of it. But
I think it's the 10th, 11th, and 12th of July. And if any of us want to attend, we are welcome. I believe there's 2 sessions each morning, 2 in the afternoon. Perhaps.
Yes, you can get a hold of me, and if any of you have a desire to come, and
is this
we
a
can
tabletop?
No, this is live.
Live.
So we use our.
You want to be careful because they may make you a dead person, and you have to sit there.
That's possible. And if you want to participate as a participant, I can probably get you hooked up with that too.
Okay. I think all of us are aware. Jamie, I don't know if you were aware of that. I can forward you the email about that. So, with that, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn the June 25th, 2024 special commission meeting.
I move to adjourn the June 23rd special legislative meeting.
Except it's June 25th.
June 25th. It's 10 o'clock. I'm tired.
Second.
City staff, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Motta?
Yes.
Commissioner Mitten?
Yes.
Mayor Adamczyk?
Yes.
Commissioner McCullough?
Yes.
Commissioner Opelt?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you all.